Hello everybody, welcome back to Walpoville. As promised, we're gonna fool around here some more with our squadrons. Where's our here we go. There's our Black Forest squadron. This is the Hellfire squadron. We got a bunch more. We're gonna go over the different squadrons. I'm gonna try and maybe do four of these. Well, we'll do the usual thing where we start out with the Spacescape. We got our magenta out here, our violets, all that kind of stuff. Did I get the ultramarine blue? I'm gonna maybe here see if I can't find that ultramarine blue here, because I think that's what we were using for our spacescapes over here, right, Landrast? Holy smokies, that does not want to open. Now it is open, and we'll just get that out there. I think I sent you some of these here. Let's well, no, we'll wait a little bit before we show those off. Wait, we're just gonna start doing our spacescapey type stuff here. We got those four. We'll put you off to the side, I think. So this ought to be fun here. Again, that's our Black Forest squadron. Yeah, let's just grab these four. So we're gonna try and do. I think it is the 6-shooters. Well, actually, let me just look this over because I think I have to kind of choose. I can't do all of them here. Now I can't fast forward through this, so we're gonna actually be checking out some things like the hangar bay. So we're gonna do 6-shooters, probably the afterburns. Yeah, I was thinking we would also do the hammerheads. What was the fourth one? Because I think there's like 5 of them, but we'll see. Again, here's the ones that we already painted: Black Forest and the Hellfire. So here we go. So here's the hammerheads. Definitely want to do them because look at that. Look at that little nose art there with the sharky sharks there. This is another one. The 6-shooters wanted to do this little bit of digital camo-y type stuff there. And might do the Blue Devils. Might do the Blue Devils. And then I was thinking, we got the bulkheads. Might not be doing them. I think it's the one that we won't do. It kind of depends. It'd still be interesting to do them. And I might still try to give those a shot there too. And of course, there's the afterburns. And I do believe that is everybody. So here, let's get back to our regular scene right here. Let's see, we're going to do grays. Let's get ourselves maybe this here brush. We got this. We'll take some of you. Fine. A little bit of that, or not too much there. So I'm just gonna get this going here. I believe about 4-ish hours. That's about how long I can go here because actually Armored Wolf is gonna be here, and they're gonna be heading down this way on their way down to Peoria. So gotta make sure that I'm all set, ready for them. I believe they are headed to the airport now. Now there was, let's see, so that's going to be your green. That's going to be, no, let's do 2 with the gray. Okay, fine. Since we got the gray going, let's do that. I still want to do all of these different squadrons here, so I know that just, it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't really look a whole lot different. It's not. It's about the same as the primer right now. I just wanted to get that stuff on there. Okay. Base time. Let's do some bases stuff here. Basey stuff. Basey stuff. Smaller brush, maybe. Something like that. There we go. Found it. I found it. Magenta plus this plus some of that. Not too much. That was a little bit more than I was thinking. I know it's going to be difficult to see this because, well, we got this this craft in the way. Oh, I was like, what am I grabbing onto there? It was that thing. And again, another programming note. Thursday is the only other day this week I'll be able to stream. Ain't going to be here for Friday or Saturday, so Just don't be surprised or anything like that. If I'm not here doing the streamy thing, it's there were no fatalities or anything like that. I just won't be here, just like Armored Wolf. Let me grab a little bit more just again. I mean, we'll see if Armored Wolf kind of maybe joins in at some point here, as he's maybe waiting in the airport or waiting for the plane to do the takeoff thing like planes do. Well, they don't go very far if they don't do that. I mean, that's the whole physics and all that, right, Landrast? It's kind of a bummer, but that's just how it is. Get a little bit of that over here. Here's another one. We'll do this. Get this out of here. Where are we at with this? Okay. Now, ultramarine blue. Let's start working this in there. Fine, I might grab me a little bit of that. Sure, and I'll put some of that over here. And then what time is it? It's 11:42. I was hoping to do maybe about 10 minutes earlier than this, but that was answering some messages there, so we'll also break out. I do have... Yes, they are over here. I'm like, wait a minute. I do have the bird brains, though. Look at that. Look at the bird brains. Sure. I wasn't... Oh, I like that. I like that. See that little bit of mix right there? That's kind of neat. That's kind of nice. Let me put in some more of that over here. Then we gotta get some of the dark. Gotta start doing some of that darker stuff. Not really gonna do any thinner on this. I'm just using the old paper towel. Ye old paper towel. Now I'm gonna... Later today, I will be filming at least one video. I'll be filming the video on the marbly stuff. I'm gonna see if I can't somehow, over the next 2 days, film 3 videos of Velfera. So Velfera Armored Wolf is on his way down. Just got a message like right before the stream started. I think they're just, I think they're heading to the airport now. Let me darken this up a little bit. So Velfera, I don't know if any of that stuff is going to take in the garden. That might all just kind of, none of that might survive. But I threw it out there. I mean, I have the seeds anyways. It's not like I spent, okay, I bought a couple of the biodegradable pots or whatever. I mean, that's not exactly a bank buster right there, right, Velfera? So hopefully you do it okay. It is, it was a shocking difference, Velfera. Because in this room, without really even trying, it's 76 degrees. And that is basically 11 degrees cooler than it was on the last stream. And that was, that's when I was trying to actually make this place cooler. So that's really an amazing difference, right, Velfera? There's your 145. I almost went to the wrong animation for you there, Velfera. Takes a little while to get down to the hyper train there. So appreciate you being here. And there's the hyper train for Velfera. So I would have guessed that Camda and Aaron also on that same. That must almost go right past where I needed to be. That's where I need to be. Now, apparently Velfera, now, of course, hot is relative, but apparently it's been boiling hot up there. So now, of course, they might be in for a little bit of a rude awakening, right, Velfir, when they get down here, because something tells me that their hot is not this hot. Again, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but something tells me that they're going to go, oh my goodness. We just literally stepped onto the plains of Venus here, and it's 900 degrees. Now, actually, Velfira, is it that hot down there? Because sometimes, right, it can actually be warmer down south because they got that crazy southwest flow, and it's actually going way up north, then it almost bypasses you. I mean, that's happened before, right, Velfira? Um, well, there was that. Remember the one year? This was, oh gosh, was this 21 or 22 or something like that? Where it was minus 40 here, something like that, but it was actually 45 degrees up there. So yeah, we're getting the super hot stuff. Because it was something like 92 or 93 when I was putting in those plants, Velfira. Yeah, it was a wee bit toasty. And I was doing it at like 6:30. I mean, not really at night. That's winter, that's night, but that's kind of like late afternoon here. Okay, I don't necessarily think it was super humid. I would have to say it was toasty, right, Drexia? Thanks so much, Drexia. Now, Drexia, did you see any of this? Let's take a little soiree into. So this was last Thursday here, Drexia. We did this. Then let me get to the bust here. Then we did this. All right, we did that. And then Saturday, I believe it was Saturday, we did this. So check this out, Drexia. That is the Seri Republic right there. Look at that. That is very nifty. So great to see you there, Drexia. All right, a little bit later, Drexia, I'll play you the little animation that kind of goes with our Compass Rose Squadron here. So thanks, Drexia. Appreciate you being here. Now, Drexia, have you been able to kind of work on anything, or has it just kind of been the same as far as, things being kind of busy and all that? Doing all, yeah, that's, then we'll get our blending brush out for this. What do we got here? We're going to do this. I think I can use this as a blending brush, especially here. Let me just try to... Nah, this one. Okay, I knew one of these two would work. I knew one of them would work. Now, Drexia, have you seen some of the Patreon vids? Of course, this one was really a blast right here. And I'll be working on more miniatures of that. So don't be surprised if you see a 75mm size sculpt of that in a tutorial video. So Velfira, these are the same ships that we painted just last week. Yeah, we were just painting these last Monday. Where's our Black Forest hams right here? Yeah, these are the exact same ships we were painting 1 week ago today. Well, actually, here let's throw up because I don't know if you saw this animation here, Drexia, but that's gonna cover your Compass Rose air wing. So this is aboard the USS Compass Rose, and here are some of your squadrons right here. We're gonna be doing I think at least 4 of them here. Every pilot needs to hang out in a ready room. There you go. And these are some of the ones that we painted last week. So there's your Black Forest. Here's your Hellfire Squadron right here. So we painted both of these squadrons. Now here's the ones we're hoping to paint tonight. There's the Hammerheads right there. Did a little distinctive nose art, a little bit of P40 style, maybe A10 Warthog. There is the 6-shooters right there. A little bit of digital camo. Yeah, a little digital camo on that one. The Blue Devils. The Blue Devils. I think the next one's going to be the Bulkheads. At least that's what it should be. Yeah, there they are. There's the Bulkheads. And then the last one is the Afterburns. Depends on how many chocolate-covered raisins you have consumed. Right there. So again, there's your various squadrons, and of course here's your pilots. They need some gear. I think now we're going to get into the flight crew. Yep, there's your flight crew. You need them. Planes aren't going anywhere. No fuel, no ammo. Look at there's that flight crew hard at work. Look at that. And here's the how many painted one of these last week. We also I think it's going to be the Argus. Yeah, we painted one of the Argus last week too. And I think we've got the Mastiff here. Yep, there's the Mastiff. So yeah, this is what we were painting up last week on our stream. Oh, there's the Spectre. We painted one of those as well. So yep, none of this is all of this is the same old, same old. It's the Humies. Where's the So there's the Spectre. Here is the Hellhound there. And then here is the Argus. Now these are kind of more generic right here. These are not really a specific squadron. Eventually we'll be doing those as part of specific squadrons in our air wing. Let me see. We got that relatively softened up. You know, I'm going to stick with this one here. So yeah, Drexy, it's been really, really fun developing all of this, and I think I have almost everything that I need for the Woden video. And for anybody that has seen, speaking of which, Drexia, have you seen these? You just reminded me they're actually, believe it or not, Velfair, your question there reminded me to post that. So there are the links to all of the videos that the first 4 that I've done. Actually, there will be, well, if I can just do my regular stream on Thursday, there will be a 5th video for you to check out then. So there'll be 5 videos in our overall story. I do believe the next one is probably going to be the Alchiba. I still have to do the Azanji, the Muskins, the Alberians, the Ballisteri, the Chetzak Alliance, the Gaia, the Charon's Reach Pirates, or they don't really like to be called that. Oh, wait a second. Hold on there, hombres. Hold on there. There you go. We needed a little bit of smushy there, Valfera. Where'd it go? There it is. So Valkyria, I distinctly remember. So remember when I was doing the home remodeling construction stuff, the Triton class troop transport, and these two designs specifically, I was actually sketching those out literally as we were waiting for some plaster to set up. Yeah, so that we could kind of hit the next round. Yeah, we were literally waiting for some plaster to set up, and I just those designs popped into my head, Valfera, and I just sketched those out super quick. And again, we were trying to use Lightwave way back in the day to try and create some kind of 3D whatever of these, because well, that's all there was. There wasn't anything else. So yeah, my typical schedule back in those days was to get up around five in the morning, something like that, do as much illustration work as I could on the computer, like basically taking the sketches, scanning those, and then trying to really kind of digitize those. I would do that till maybe 7:20, 30-ish or something like that, then take off to get to the job site. Once I got back, I would try to make something real quick, shove that in my face, maybe pass out for 25 minutes, half an hour, and then start working on more of the art again. It's totally different than today, right, Valfera? It's not it. Today we're practically lazy, right? Yeah. But that's how it used to be back in the day. Then I would maybe get to sleep at midnight or 5 after 12 or something like that, and then start it all over again. Because, no sleep in Wampleville, right, Drexia? None of that malarkey here. None of that malarkey at all. Okay. I'm kind of glad that I didn't try to, rush into the Woden ships right now. Because I really want to see, whole squadrons of these guys. I think Valfera, I mean, in all, I don't know if it was all seriousness, but it was definitely more restful back then, actually. Because, well, here's the thing, Valfera. Uh, I couldn't do. Let's put it this way: I couldn't drag an iPad with me and do Nomad Sculpt. That's the thing is now I can just drag the iPad somewhere and start doing some Nomad Sculpt, which is absolutely insane. I might even drag it down to Peoria, and I might try to do a little bit of Nomad Sculpt there. I don't know if it's going to let me. Well, I think what I'd have to do is get all the files on there first, because I would be a little bit far away from the home network, so to speak. Where is... I'm gonna just use you. I realized we needed a little bit of a starry thing over there that was not of the magenta variety. Well, Valfira, there will be absolutely no sleep. Because because Armored Wolf is going to be here, I don't know, 9 something o'clock probably Friday morning, I would imagine. And I would guess that I probably would not be getting to sleep at all until 3 or 4 or 5 Saturday morning or something like that. And then Saturday would also be another one of those late kind of days and all that. And then Monday is going to be very early. And we'll probably we'll probably start heading up this way about 4:45 again, like last year. As in the morning, not in the afternoon. And there won't be any sleep after that because Gen Con is right after that. So in other words, absolutely normal, right, Valfira? It is prototypical second convention season, I guess you could say. Oh, there it is. Like, where was there a little starry star there? Where did you go? Make this a little bit lighter there. Valfira, that is the one thing that Hank insists upon. Actually, Valfira, at this thing, you probably eat better at this thing than you will for the rest of the year. And that is not a joke. I mean, you're talking about practically gourmet breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And that is for sure Saturday and Sunday. Where's our carrier? Oh, here's our carrier. So again, there is our. Now that's not the actual Compass Rose. That is a carrier. These planes would be on a ship like this. Compass Rose is actually bigger. Actually, Drexia, there is a squadron called the Cheeseheads. Yeah, there. Now, what is the? Well, not fromage heads. That kind of sounds weird. So here's your Seri Republic carrier, and here is the equivalent of some. Oh, here we go. So essentially, let me get these two out here. These are kind of the equivalent. Again, that's Seri Republic. That is your new Terrans. The Woden, they also have themselves kind of a heavy bomber type of thing. Your fish and chips folks do, right, Conrads? How you doing there, Conrads? So happy Tuesday. Okay, just now it's Tuesday here also. So it's officially Tuesday. It ain't officially Tuesday until it's Tuesday for us, right? Right, Velfira? So great to see you there, Conrads. Now, Conrads, just let me know if you actually got a chance to see the finished version of the Wind Dancer, because I can break that out for you if you never got a chance to see the finished version of that. I'm gonna try to do the bust post while I'm away. So again, great to see you there, Conrads. And I hope that everything is going fabulous. You know what? I might do the Spatterstar stuff now. I wasn't thinking of doing that, but I think we's going to do the Spatter stuff now. What in the world is that? That's got some kind of stuff on there. Not sure what that is. I'm going to maybe roll with this one instead. Fine, we'll use this one. All right, let's get our painted one out of harm's way here. So Drexia, yeah, it's max coverage. It is max coverage because, well, the White Sox, to break up the White Sox there, Drexia, the White Sox are in first place at the All-Star break. Yes, indeed. Talk about a worst to first story. A worst to first story for your Chicago White Sox. So we're going to do a little bit of the Spatterstar here, Conrads. We're going to get the lighter stuff on here. Then we'll break out our Seri Republic Wind Dancer. Whoops. One more. Come on. Alright, we got our Spatterstars in there. No idea, Velfira. I don't even know when we might actually get here Monday. As in next Monday, not. Yeah, I am very much. Everything is pretty much going to be on the fly, by the seat of your pants. All the usual expressions, right, Valferser? I'm just going to get the light on my stars here, and then we'll break out our Siri Republic figure. Where are we at here? Yeah, let me get a little bit thinner on this, like we do. Same there. Also there. Might do a trifecto of stars here. Alright, so we got those. Then we're going to get our lighter kind of yellowish goldy stuff on the outside. But first, we grab this thing right here. And again, check this out. Check that out. That is pretty wild to see these two side by side, right, Conrads? Let me get this back over here before something weird happens to it. Valfira, I'm not sure there's going to be there may not be time for Recovery Monday. Now, of course, Valfira, I might keep it more simple. I might keep it simple. We might not do a regular Armada Monday. Next week, it might just be, I paint, oh, here we go. I might just try to paint this up on Monday here, Valfira. It also depends too, what do I have prepped and ready to go. And yeah, you'll be totally shocked. You'll be totally shocked there, Valfair, that we're like weeks behind on what we need to get done for Gen Con. I know that's totally a surprise. You'll be like, there's no way that could possibly happen with everything that's been going on, right, Valfira? You're like, it's been so tranquil and peaceful. How in the world could anything be behind for Gen Con? It's almost impossible, right, Valfira? Conrad's, that's something, I know you probably heard me say it on stream a few times. That's something that I'm hoping to do a little bit more, especially with all the Compass Rose stuff there, Conrad's. Now, of course, I wish I could have also done that with the Cyberthurian stuff, but everything was pretty new then. I didn't really know exactly what we were doing with all of the Cyberthuria stuff at that time. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Artemichael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, go right ahead, do that. I guess Artemichael, now are you just focused all entirely on that terrain stuff, or are you still trying to do the Reapercon project just in case? Here we go. Now, has it gotten a little bit cooler in Europe there, Conrads? I think for folks in the UK area, it's still super toasty, but I do believe in Germany and other parts of the mainland, it's gotten a little bit cooler, right, Conrads? A little more normal. Unless I'm totally wrong about that, which I could be. So everybody check out that Reapercon piece that Artemichael is working on. So yeah, it's about 76.4 degrees in here, which of course is a vast improvement. Of course, well, the humidity is not that much less. It's 36% as opposed to say 39-40. Geez, that's practically freezing there, Conrads. That is practically freezing. And of course, that was kind of a toasty matchup against Belgium there, wasn't it, Conrads? I would imagine there was a few anxious moments as that game was playing out. There was that was looking like a pinball machine with some of those goalies. So Conrad's at 22. You're looking at about 70 something degrees there. Yeah, you're looking at maybe 73-ish, 74 at 22 degrees Celsius. Once you get up to 30, now you're talking 88, 89, maybe 90. There we are. And yeah, let's hit this one too. We'll do some of this right here. Some of this over here. So I can I can do mental calculations of the temperature and the measurements really well. It's the weight scale that's the biggest conversion thing for me that I'm not really able to do metric into regular units. So 48 degrees centigrade is gonna be somewhere in the neighborhood of 106, 107, I would think. The highest temperature that I've ever experienced myself was 137, which is definitely well over 50. Might be somewhere in the 55, 56-inch range. Okay, we got that. Now we're going to get a little bit here. First, let me get this stuff out of here. And get this stuff out of here first. And then I'll just take our Marsy black over here, and we'll just, because remember these things right here, these are for squadron names and task force identification, all that good stuff. Remember Valfera? Things like Bush Stadium and Philadelphia, they had the old-fashioned AstroTurf, and they would put a temperature thing out, and it would be 120 degrees down on that AstroTurf. It was brutal. And then you had guys like Ozzie Smith who were diving across that stuff. Can you imagine the rug burns that they got on that stuff there, Valfera? Yeah. Let's just keep. Now, this actually is the coal black. It's not actually Mars black. I still think it's very much an equivalent thereof. I just need to get rid of any kind of, like, all that little, our spatter stars here. Those are just going to be really distracting if those are just still sitting there. Because yeah, for just doing this stuff in the garden there with the sun beating down. That was again, that was at about 6:20 to, I'm gonna say from about 6:20 to 7:20 or so. I was doing that. Can you imagine if I was doing that in the middle of the day? Again, I kind of doubt that those are going to survive, but that's why I put them in later in the day. And tons of water on them. Okay, here, let's just make sure again we get all the little spatter stars off of here. Now, did they finally relent on that thing there, Artemico, or did you just say, okay, fine, I'm going to ditch this thing and I'm going to get something else? I would imagine they maybe relented on that or something, and that's how you were able to uh, get that thing back up to speed, so to speak. Where is the... No, no, none of you, none of you. Maybe this one. Maybe this one here. No, actually, let me do the Blue Devils here. Let's do them Blue Devils. Let's get a little bit of blues on here. Well, Artemico, all you got to do is start selling off some stem cells. Oh, there you go, Artemico. Just sell off stem cells. Yeah, it's just become a stem cell factory. Before you know it, you're going to have your own Lamborghini or something like that. It'll be fabulous. Get our blues is going here. Blues is going there. Not really going to be a whole bunch of glazy stuff on these. We're going to try and be a little bit more direct, because we got to go pretty fast here. Let's see. So yeah, that's how many weeks have you been waiting on that, Artemico? All right, well again, this is our Blue Devils here. I will maybe go with a little bit of the sky blue here. Let's see how that's going to work. Oh yeah, let's get this up here. What I needs to do, I completely forgot. I need to start getting some of my references up here. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Okay. Well, where's my... I believe, yep, that's the Blue Devils. I'm going to get that over here. All right. Like, wait a second. I forgot. I needs all my fabulous reference pictures that I was showing off not too long ago. Yeah, we'll hit this too. Get that. So I'm glad that you've been able to work on some 2D art there, Drax. And now, Drex, of course, if you want to share any of that in the chat, please, like always, go ahead. I think you shared your stuff, right, Artemico? If not, please go ahead, share some stuffs. And of course, Cone Reds, I know we always ask if you wanted to share stuff. Go ahead, do that. Now, Landrest, are you're gonna see the Odyssey right this Thursday? At least I think that was the plan, right? I could be wrong, but I do believe that was your plan. Your dastardly plan was to go see the Odyssey this Thursday. Pushed it. Let me get there. More of this in there. I might have to, maybe not right away, but I'll have to actually get some more of our not fast matte white, but some of our Some of our Paul Rubens white out here. Too much. Too much. So we do that. I mean, whatever. It's yeah. Let's get back to more of the sky blue there. Okay. That was just way too much, way too fast. Let me get a bit more of my. Yeah, let's hit a little bit of that over here. We'll get some of the cockpit canopy stuff going as well. Hit a little bit more of that back here. Where is gray? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this one with the gray here. This will be a. It's almost going to be a little bit of a, in some ways, a warm gray here. I think we'll have this one be for the bulkheads, and then we're going to do a much cooler gray for the hammerheads. Let's stick with this. Stick with this for now. Let me grab that reference too, now that I'm doing these guys. Drag you over here. I don't think, no, we didn't do any just kind of non-marking, non-insignia Toutatis Interceptors. Sneaky cheeky light up in here. Sneaky cheeky light over there. Sneaky cheeky light here. There. Also here. Just gonna grab the Paul Rubens white one more time. Well, I think stick with the same canopy color, that sort of phthalo-ish green. We'll stick with that. We'll have same engine glow that might. Oh, I do have Prussian blue out here. That might get me some of my manganese blue out here, or maybe I'll just use the floral blue at this point. Might even be easier just to do that. All I want to do is just get this, just start mapping these babies out here. Is nice there. Make you lighter down here. Also there. Continue like that. Yeah. Here. Lighter still. Alright, I wasn't gonna. Now I'm gonna. I mean, it's not super, super lighter. It's lighter-ish, kinda, sorta. I might even rock in just a little teensy bit of the engine glow there, just so that that has a chance to set early on. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, that's ours. Now we're gonna get a cooler gray, and I think we shall use this and some of that to achieve a bluish gray. Now, Artemichael, I'm guessing that you would have to do a new team, or can you just kind of do some extra little stuff on the, I almost said the werewolves, on the necromantic team? Or do you have to kind of start over from scratch? And of course, here's hoping that you can score the best painted. Now, boy, Artemichael, the last time I ever saw a GW Norse team was the old classic metal figures. I know that there's tons and tons of 3D printable teams out there. Especially for the Norse. Was it Ulf Werner is their big guy? Again, it's been a long time since I've seen a Norse team. The last time I actually ever tried to play a Norse team, all they had were linemen, blitzers, catchers, or runners, whatever, and throwers, and they were all basically 6'3", 7 or whatever. I know they're very different now. Couldn't tell you what in the world is even on any of those teams anymore. And that is long since passed me by. Now we got a little bit of the sky blue mixed in with our white, which is also going to mix in with the gray. Somehow the yellow got in there too. Don't know how. Oh, that's okay. We're getting there. Like I said, then we'll get the later stuff on the cockpit area, but right after this, we'll again just get the initial hit of the engine glow started on these. Oh, a Draugr. Oh, and the Yeti, that's right. Oh, Snow Troll, that's what it used to be, right, Artemichael? The Snow Troll. And you know what? Let me just get the stuff out of this version. Just squeegee. Look at all that paint we just kind of squeegeed out of there. We're gonna break out that again. Alright, that'll make this easier. Well, hopefully it does. Anyways. And not too much. And then we'll have our fabulous nose art and all that kind of good stuffs going on here. Let me drag up this reference now because we don't have this reference out. Where's me Sharkies? There's me Sharkies. Okay. A little bit of that, a little bit of that, and then we'll get our camo-ish green and browns and all that good stuff happening too in just a sec. Now I'll hit it from this direction, makes it easier. Okay, let me move this so it's not blocking the chat. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, I forget what that. It's almost kind of a little bit of a first aid potion-y type thing, if I remember right. And again, I've never actually seen it. I just remember what somebody was telling me about. Now I'm going to just start to fish in. I didn't even bother cleaning the brush at all. We're just going to start doing some of this here. And again, gonna try the old digital camo on this bad boy here, because reasons. Let me move that one. That's also blocking the chat. Okay, there we go. It's almost like jump up. There you go. Now, jump up is the thing that just, it doesn't cost you the 3 points of movement or whatever. That's right, never mind. Again, it's been a while, and by a while, I mean, I'm pretty sure the last time I even played Blood Bowl was 2008, so that was almost 20 years ago. Yeah, that was a while ago. I'm going to fish a little bit more of the green on here. Again, it's very much just kind of we're just kind of doing almost like a little background color here because we want all of the digital camo on here. More there. By the way, gee whiz, we're almost an hour in. Look at that. We are almost 1 hour in. Now here, I don't want to do too much lighter stuff with this because again, we want to really have the digital camo do most of the talking. So we were going to talk about doing the engine glow. Let's do that engine glow here. And what we're talking about would be that. And I think I will just snag next level. We were using this on our wind dancer right here. We can just put a little bit of this out here. What the heck? Fine, you can just go over there. Nice to see you there, Inganes. So, Inganes, why don't you do the thing? Share the thing. Share the Instagram link in the chat. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also paints with the oils. Is there? There we go. I knew that we had a couple. We have Camden and we have Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Camwife a follow too. So, Inganes, check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. And then, Arid, why don't you post your Pinterest links there so that people can also follow Arid Camwife. Now, Arid, you're going to continue the painting project, right, this Friday and Saturday. So, Arid's going to be streaming, I believe, this Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific. Yes, like usual. 1 second, I'm just trying to get to trying to get back to my scene. So Arid will be doing some more fabulous painting this weekend. And again, everybody please give Arid Camwife a follow. Okay, that's a little bit closer now. That is a bit closer. I think it's got to be a little teensy bit darker. I might even throw a little bit of the Prussian blue in there. Oh, now I think we are closer. And again, that's going to be a whole lot brighter. A whole lot brighter at a certain point. And let's see, that's about getting back to the too late stuff again. Since I didn't, there was no glazy stuff on here. It's real easy to get down into the bottom parts of these engine things here. Alright, so see you in a bit there, Aaron. And again, everybody please check out the Pinterest link that Eric and I have shared. And also, again, check out the Instagram link that Ngane shared. Let me do this. There we are. Now for this one, like you do, here. Oh, we got one more. We got the Blue Devils yet. I think that's a warm gray, which I believe it is. That would be the bulkheads. So working on 4 of our Toutatis Interceptors. Again, this is the Great Union of New Terra. Essentially, the humans. In a second, I will share again the 4 video links that cover the opening portions of our story. Actually, the Woden video tells another really important part of the story, and again, that's something I'll be working on after the stream. So here again that's a whole set of links, and I do advise you watch those in order. I think you'll get a lot more out of them if you just again go 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it'll make a whole bunch more sense if you do that. Somewhere over here I got phthalo green. There's my phthalo green. I'll let that mix with this. It's almost kind of creating a de facto perline black here. I might have to... Yep, that's my thinner. I am going to just start doing this. Just chucking a little dropola of the thinner on some of this stuff to keep it from getting all gummy and all that stuff. So again, that video over there that I just posted, or let's say that was a series of links there. If you check out those videos, that'll give you a real good perspective on the story of this universe, at least to start with. And I hope, again, by this Thursday stream, I should have the next video in the series ready to roll. There's a few more animations that need to be done, and then the final editing process happens. So I get rid of that little chonkola paint on the brush there. Okay, that's a little better. These are just the old beat up. Well, they're not always all beat up, but the One Happy Choice brushes, those are the craft brushes. So again, go check out those links there. And there will be basically every civ is going to have one of those videos, and then we'll kind of backfill more even more story stuff from there on each civ, but at least that kind of introduces things to you. The whole point of this story was years and years ago. I was going to have basically a series of, it's supposed to be basically illustrated novels called the Journeys of the Compass Rose. Let me get that in here. This over here. And I'm going to go with the green over here initially. Eventually, that's not actually green. That wasn't kind of, we did it sort of a bluish gray. For those, I'm just going to get that in there for right now. Okay, I think we're good there. Okay, we got the initial part of our engine glow there as well. Now we move away from that to, here, I'm gonna start maybe trying to light up a little bit of the digital camo Mars Yellow Deep for all intents and purposes here. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Now we're getting somewhere. I think I'm going to actually let that get a little bit more towards the red. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that was a good plan. I mean, effectively, it's a whole bunch of interlocking rectangle, square type things. Not worried about having all the super straight line stuff right now anyways. Yeah, we'll go on the other side of that. Start doing some of you over here. Yeah, like that. Okay, well now we got this. Little larger piece of that over there. Little bit larger. Now this over here. Yeah, we'll have it on the spine here, on the top of the dorsal section. Oh gosh, I think, was that the SU 80? Was it the SU 7? No, was it the SU 27 or was it 25? What was that? What was the plane? That was the only other time we did the digital camera. Of course, oh, it is up. That is in the room here. Well, maybe after I go refresh the medicine or something, I'll try to grab that and bring that down and show that one too. Our insignia is also going to be on here, so that let me, you know what? Let me just indicate that right away here. Before I do a whole bunch of camo stuff. And go, oh, that's right, we still have to do this. So I just realized we want our circles in there. Actually, that is not quite in the right place. Let's change that baby up. Now it is better. Now I'll leave that a cooler gray. Yeah, we'll make that a cooler gray then instead. All the while, this paint is most definitely mixing, as you can see. with our earlier applications, which were just dry brushed on. As far as thinner goes, maybe a 50-50 thinner to paint mix. I don't think it's any. Definitely not like a 60-40. I think it's almost straight up 50-50. Let me get you over there. Okay. Now, a bit more of our, yeah, something like that. We'll also be putting in some darker brown here, and then a really, really light tan. This is kind of the yellowish brown, then probably an umber, maybe dark umber or something like that. Did I get the, nope, did not get this side yet. Where, there we are with this. Does that go? Okay, that goes all the way out to about there. We need some of our, again, some of that, a little bit of, again, suggestion of the camo. Out there. Some of it under here. Wow, it's almost. Oh, we did do a. We just did have a cinco uno right there. We had 1 hour 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Just seconds ago. First portion. Anytime we're doing our starships, we're doing the space keeps on the bases, so that kind of typically, especially when we're doing multiple ships or really big ones, that can kind of take down about the initial first hour. Nope. Kind of working a little bit of this over here, right up in here. Another touch of it up there. Maybe we will try to do a little bit of the darker stuff. Now, I think I might go even darker than just the umber, a tiny touch of our black, because that almost turns it into a Van Dyke brown. Much closer to a Van Dyke brown now. Trying to almost turn this into a very tiny filbert brush. And as we start to do more of our digital camo and fill in more of these squares and rectangles, we also start to refine things a little bit more as well. I'm just going to try and get some of the dark on my symbols here real quick. No, let me turn that baby around. And I think, yeah, we'll stick with that. So, I mean, it needs to be thinned down, but it cannot be hyper thin. If it is, not going to adhere very much. Now we'll come back with our bright yellow outline around our 6-shooter, and also I guess what, our 6 stars, because, 6 shooters and all. I do math sometimes, yes. Sometimes I do math. Sure, we'll get a couple of darker camo bits here. start to do some of this on the tail here. Down here. And I get the brush here, if I flatten it out like this on the palette, you can see it already is. See, it's kind of got more of a chisel edge on it. There we are. Yeah, and Valfair, hopefully no more branches falling down on stuff there either, of course. And killing off power for hours and hours at a time. That actually was another reason why I got the backup thing, because what if there is kind of the old power brownout thing or something like that doesn't have nothing weird, no big natural thing happen or whatever. Alright, well, yeah, let's jump into this now. Now, that gotta be careful where, how much of this, the darker digital camo we're actually putting in here. Of course, Velfair, we could do this, do we have to do a version of this in Deer Hunter camo? Where it's all orange? It's a camo pattern, but it's like fluorescent orange and the darker stuff. I guess that's the downside to being colorblind and also being basically a predator, something that other species are going to prey on. So if deer keep evolving there, Valfair, does that mean they're going to have the ability to see fluorescent colors? Let me get a little bit of this under here and separate those. Yeah. But also, we'll move off of this because we want to get our much lighter tan in here as well. We're just kind of plopping things out right now. Nothing is the final deal. We could even wipe all this away if we really wanted to. It's not what we're gonna do. It all kind of depends what mushrooms they're eating, right, Erdemico? It could be very bright colors. Could be some very dark colors if you eat the wrong shrooms. Or you just become one of those mushroom ladies. From Archvillain, that's right. You need a couple. Whoops, not that giant. We don't. But I think there's. So we did do some stuff on the tails, but we got to do more on the tails here. Here we are. So most of that would happen in space still. But let's just put it this way, the El Chiba asymmetrical warfare is definitely a big part of their thing. Very much asymmetrical. Even, it's not like an insurgency or something like that, but just because of the difference in how their space is. It's not quite as dramatically insane as, say, the Void. Okay, a couple extra little light down there. All right, now we're. Where's my? There it is. This needs to be a cooler color, not necessarily blue, but a gray that's sort of on the cusp of that. What's happening here? Hit this one too. Well, Valfira, I mean, especially if it's your humans, you're not necessarily allied, but you're sort of allied with them. So the humans wouldn't really find a whole lot of reasons to invade. Yeah, they're not as like large of an ally, say, as the Ballisteri, though. That is a substantially large area of space. May hit these, yeah, a little bit of our gray there. A little bit of our gray there. A little bit of our gray on again these nozzles here. I think I might just grab you here. And I'll use, well, maybe the Naples yellow. And some of our white. Let me try this. Yeah, it's almost got a little bit of a peachiness to it. Now here, all right, we're gonna try and make sure these are a little bit more squared off. Now that we're kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty of the pattern. This could make an interesting tutorial video. I think, Valfira, I might print these out larger, though, for that particular exercise. But something tells me doing, and of course, I was even thinking of doing this as an army painting episode. I would be doing it as one right now, but we just literally finished a Battlefleet Gothic style army painting episode. No, definitely, since, well, let's just say that the Terrans had something involved with the Elchebans getting their independence back. So it would be a little bit more like U.S. and France or something like that. Let me do this right here. There we go. Start working in some of this lighter stuff in here. Again, not that some of these a little bit larger shapes than other ones. Okay. Oh yeah, here's another area where we need that. lighter blue in here. Or, sorry, not lighter. Well, we're going to have to get a lighter bluish gray out there. No doubt about that. So again, having some fun with a wee bit of digital camo here. And this, again, is one of our great union of New Terra small craft here. It's not, we don't want to do too many of these light ones here. And I might also come back in with the green as well. More light squares is down here. Yeah, we'll go all the way to the end. Put more of that up here. Remind me, Velfira, to grab that. I think it was an SU-27. I swear that's what it was. But remember we did that one with the Ghost of Kiev. Yeah, that's right. That was about what 4 years ago there, Velfira. Well, maybe like 4.5 now. Yes, that's no, that was. I think it was just two different colors. I think it was a light blue and a darker blue. Maybe there was a way, so it might have been 3 colors. Let's get the other tail over here. That one too. I'm still gonna do these. Well, I sort of did something there. You kind of got started on it, ish. This guy is gonna get broken up there and then down in here. Yeah. Of course. Well, Velfira, maybe Doji gets his wish with the well, not the ambush camo, like the P dot camo or the oak leaf camo. Maybe we'll do some oak leaf camo on our new Terra ground troops. Yeah, that thing is, it actually is not terribly far away from me. I calculate about maybe a little over 3 feet away. A bit of our light over here too. We don't want to forget this side. And I believe, what are we, about an hour and a half in-ish, something like that? Oh, look at that, 1 hour, 29 minutes. You know, I'm going to make that, I'm going to fuse those two together. Might be a little too much on the brushy there. We'll take some of that off. And like this. think I could get some more of that on the yeah, let's get some more of that on the nose of this. Down over here. Also over here. Yep, like so. And then I think we'll move over to either our Sharkies or the Bulkheads, possibly next. You know what, while I'm thinking about it, let me get the Indian yellow, let me get some of our white here. Because I think some of this has set well enough that we can at least kind of lock in where our two insignia are. Come on. Alright, fine. We'll thin it down a little more then. Ah, there we go. That is gonna work a little better now. Nope, still too much paint on there. Taking some of that away. There's 2, 3. No, that is not going to work right there. These go away. Now let's try it this way. So you saw the animation there, Valfira. I played that a little while ago. Kind of like, well, sort of, I guess even on A10s they have the same thing, right, Valfira, with the chompers on the front. Now it is actually, again, paying homage to the 2 hammerheads that were involved at the Battle of Balana 5. Again, there's a lot of interrelated story stuff. And again, check out those videos that I posted a little bit ago. The first 2 very much going to tell you all about the story of the Great Union of New Terra and how that formed. Now we're getting down to it. There are 2 more, and blammo. So there's our 6-shooter. Now we also need to get here, and we'll probably be changing up our camo scheme. That if we need the numeral here, we're gonna change that up and get some dark in there. Over like so. Yeah, like that. Now, like this. So we're still hanging out at about 76 degrees in here, but I think we'll be down at 75 pretty soon. Well, 75 and change. Nice to see other sea dragons. So sea dragon, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday there, sea dragon. You know, I'm going to just put this down here. And another one over there. And then pretty soon we'll have to kind of leave this be so that we can move on along. to our other ones. Also give this a chance to set. We need to do that too. So yeah, we'll probably be bringing in some of our darker camo stuff right there. Yeah, again, to restore some of the numbers and such. Okay, that's gonna just have to set for now. Then let's grab, again, this is our Sharkies here. Let me see if I can find that's the bulkheads there. That is not the right one. There we are. There's our Sharkies. There's our Sharkies. Pop in some more here. And we're just gonna block in. Okay, we got this that goes up here and down there. So I think we'll have it work like that. Where's my... Oh, there it is. There's my lighter stuff. Got that. Indicate... Let's see, we... Probably going to need to get it, but get another blob of our weight out here pretty soon. Here we are. So this is our 10th squadron. Again, that's the hammerheads. And again, one of our compass rose squadrons. Oh, that doesn't go there. Go back and get rid of that super quick like. So 1 hour 37 minutes ago, all 4 of these ships were blank canvases. There were no spacescapes on the bases. There was a whole lot of nothing. Alright, we got this now. And this is not straight up white either, by the way. Not straight up white. Okay, over the top, now down. This away. All right. You know what? I'm just going to use this to be a lot easier. Nope, don't have one of those, Valfira. Let's do another set here. Got some of the light. And that will go all the way forward. You know what? And that's going to go aft as well. More of this. Again, it's got a bit of the bluish gray in it. It's also kind of on the neutral side. And have that go flow further back here. More like this. Nice to see their surface tension. Nice to see their doji. So doji, surface tension. Why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Great to see it, of course. That's almost a bit of a violet in there now. So great to see you guys. Get more fun with our compass rose ships. More of our compass rose universe here. You know, I'm going to actually get rid of that. Again, that's almost looks like a dark bluish gray there. Everybody check out that Mastodon link. That surface tension just shared. Thanks for sending the Doji. I think did I send you the gardening pics there? Yeah, it was about 92 degrees or so when I was doing that. And again, that was at 6 that was between 6 and 7 basically at night, and it was still 90 something degrees. Now, let's use this man darken down the tail over here. Oh, geez, Doji, wait a second. Boy, before it would be a shame if you didn't get to see this real quick. Now, this is something that I'm going to try and do. I'll print these out bigger, but doing a digital camo on here, Doji. So yeah, that's something that I was kind of hoping to print larger. Now, again, I was kind of, if I hadn't just done the Battlefleet Gothic series, I would do an army painting series on these. I might still do that. I might still actually do an army painting series showing these, multiple different squads here. And again, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now we're talking. What we here is get more of that sort of kind of semi darker gray. We're just gonna get rid of that too. Okay. Now that's gonna make it. It's a little bit easier to read what is going on there. So Doji, if you've seen the Great Union of New Terra, actually here I can post those links again. You'll see them in the first video. So those guys and those vehicles in that very first video, that's something I was, again, another thing I was thinking of doing for an army painting series. Darken you down a little bit more. Okay. Much darker here for and actually this 10th squadron, this Hammerhead squadron, I was actually thinking of doing a well, I'm definitely going to be doing stickers of them, but I was actually thinking, Valfira, of making patches, like actual patches, because you can do that now. It's way easier than when we tried doing them for Space Above and Beyond. Because I made up squadron, even back then, I made up, that's what some of these squadrons are. It was for stuff that I made up for the, for Space Above and Beyond. So see you later there, Doji. Ooh, that's a little too thin. Let's get a little more paint in here. There we go. And then that's just gonna sit there. You can see how shiny that baby is. Yeah, we're not painting anything on there for at least 20-ish minutes or so. Not on these two big old circles that I'm putting on here. There we are. Okay. And now we'll start getting some of the dark that we're going to need in our little sharky teeth there. Okay, now we'll leave that one alone, and we're going to try it here. Let me see if I can get to the blue devils here. No, that's the bulkheads. Let me see if I can just go through them here. Ah, there we go. Now I can. It's like there we are. There we are. Let's get to these guys now. I might be able to lighten the. Start to get a little bit of this lighter phthalo green in the cockpit here. I think that's just about set, so we can maybe also do engine glow. That's something we can do on all of them. Okay, we'll just hit that real quick. Like now, there are some areas of our dark here, like these guys. I do believe we're making that also part of our dark. And also part of this dark too. Not sure what that is there, Valfira. I don't know what that is in reference to. That will require a little bit of explanation there. Again, because on Earth there's you really don't have nation states anymore. That all kind of went by the wayside. Not because of any dramatic or whatever cultural reasons. It was just most of the population left. And by most, I mean well over 70%. And whatever was left was kind of concentrated in certain places, and they just had to survive, and it didn't really matter anymore. That is why High Grove is the new capital of Earth. I like this idea of this blue in here. Well, it looks just gray right now. Speaking of which, actually, surface tension is your anti-death orb shield. Is that working again, or is that still kind of on the fritz? Do I want to? Let me get a little. Okay, this one. That's going to be a warm gray. That's for sure. But yeah, when that much of the population leaves, and the ones who stay tend to be they're kind of from certain scientists or farmers. Again, folks that were more closely attuned to the land and that sort of stuff. Those were the folks that stayed. And right, you can again, you can see it on the videos, those video links that I posted. So unfortunately, Valfair, the only anime, I don't even think that's really fair to call it anime. Outside of that Star Blazer stuff that I worked on, ironically enough, Valfair, it was in the 90s. Yeah, ironically enough, it was back in the 90s. I haven't seen any anime, and by any I mean none, zero, nada, zilch. So unfortunately, any such references not gonna. Those will fall on deaf ears, sadly. They're just like the comic book stuff, right, Velfira? You can mention something, and I will say I have no idea for the most part, unless it's like the super obvious stuff, right? There is the super obvious stuff, right, Velfira? So yeah, Velfira, that was the thing that I worked on way back in the day. And that was, remember I told you how I blew up the whole playtesting thing? They were just about to go into publication because I had done all of the sheets and all this other charts and everything else. And they said, well, you know what? He likes to play Navy combat games. Maybe we should have him play it. Actually, surface tension, I never heard of that before until a few years ago. I had no idea what that was. Again, anything that was of a yeah, for me it was all nonfiction. That is what I read was nonfiction. That's why, remember, I didn't even know what Lord of the Rings was until we walked in the theater. Never heard of it before, never seen it. Had no idea what it was. I had, honest to goodness, never heard of it before. Hey there, Manu. How you doing? Manu's it nice to see you. Nice to see you. So we'll actually here. I'll do the. Well, actually, we'll do this first. We'll do this first. We're gonna welcome in Skits Mix. How you doing there, Skits? Everybody, please give Skits Mix a follow. And of course, Skits, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, Skits, we are painting up some more. Well, oh, here we go. Well, look at that. It's not so shiny anymore. So, we're painting up. Actually, we're working on 4 of these. Last week on Monday, we painted a whole bunch of these guys. Here it is. Including these 2 squadrons right here, the Black Forest and the Hellfire squadrons. We also painted some of the other ships here too. Actually, I can put this over here. So there's some of the other types of small craft that are part of our TerraForce universe. So here's the Argus. There we go. Also painted up that one too. And they all go on this carrier right here, or a carrier like this. You can see it over there in the corner right there. We'll play it. Oh, here's some of our other ones. Here's the Mastiff and our troop ship there. So again, a couple of other small craft for our TerraForce. And here we can show you this little animation right here. It's now nice to see you there, Spotty. Again, now we're getting into the inside of our carrier here. And look at this. There's the compass rose, the air wing. You can see some of the squadrons we're working on now. And of course, you got to have a ready room if you're going to be hanging out doing pilot stuff. Now there's the Black Forest squad. Again, these are the 2 we painted last week. There's the Hellfire squadron right there. I believe we're going to get, is this the Hammerhead Squadron coming up? Yep, there's the Hammerhead Squadron right there. Then I think we maybe go into our, yep, there's the 6 shooters right there. Look at that little bit of digital camo, and we're working on that on this very stream here. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that Skits Mix just shared. There's the Blue Devils. I actually have that in my hand right now. That's what was being painted as the raid came in. Now we've got the Bull Kids, and then they got one more squadron. That would be the Afterburns, and they're coming up right now. So these are the squadrons that we're painting up on the stream, or ones that we already have painted. Now we're going to get through some of our pilots' gear. Yep, there's some of our pilots' gear, because you need those flight suits. Gotta get those going. Now here's going to be our flight crew. You can't really do much without the flight crew. And I do believe we're going to see them in action here on the flight deck. There you go. There's the flight crew on the flight deck. Now we're going to see again a couple more of our small craft. I think we're starting out with the Hellhound. Yes, we are. There's the Hellhound. There's your Argus right there. And then I think we're going to get to the Mastiff, I believe. Yep, there is the Mastiff. So that kind of fills you in right there. Now check this out. Last week we started with this on Thursday right here. That's from another one of our species. Then we did, where's our bust? There's the bust. So then we did that. And then we did this on Saturday. So looky here. Fabulous Wind Dancer. And oh, look at that. It kind of looks a little bit like our painting, does it not? So yeah, that was super fun. Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams. And again, everybody please check out the Discord link that Skits Mix just shared. Now, if you want to get a little bit of an equivalency here, this is that same species. And then here is your Terraforce kind of version. Again, it's basically a heavy bomber strike craft type of a thing right there. Now, where we... Oh, it was this one. It's like we were on one of these here. Couldn't remember which one that was. But again, everybody please give Skits Mix a follow. So Skits, again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And again, I hope that everything is going fabulous there, Skits. Hope it's not too warm for you there. There we are, and okay, we're gonna make the cockpit a bit, or the cockpit canopy a little lighter on these edges here. Again, that looks light. This is not white by any stretch of the imagination. So see you later, Skits. See you later. Have a fabulous Tuesday. Have yourself a great Tuesday. And again, appreciate the raid. Let me get that cleaned up just a teensy bit. And again, these are... So there's your 6 shooters. We're going to be getting back into that. Probably some more of our green again. We got to do the later stuff on the cockpit. Again, this is our Hammerhead Squadron here. And then this will be the Bulkhead Squadron. We'll get to them in a bit here. I'll get to those guys in a little bit. Gotta do these first here. And these are all my own. All the ships, all the busts, all the figures, all the everything, and of course all the Cyberthuria stuff. Ooh, that's right. We can post the links to the videos again. 1 second here. Because this time I remember to have them all just in one convenient blob here. So there you go. And actually there's going to be a 5th video. But before our next stream on Thursday, the 5th video is actually going to be up there as well. Oh, I can almost do my lighter engine glow too here in a bit. So the first 2 videos really do focus on your human society there, and then the 3rd one focuses on the Jolderans, and that's I have their ships too. I've been working on their designs. Do I want to? Yeah, here, let me do this gray back here. You know what? That whole thing, we'll just change that to our gray here. Just changing that around because, well, reasons. Make that a little lighter then. Then leave it alone. Now let's start thinking about our little insignias here. Wing. Other wing. Horns. Other horn. The rest of the face there. And now we gotta do the same thing over on this side. Trying to line it up with what we did. And that's it. Nope, gotta push it over this way further. Then the wing there. Make this lighter. Again with the horns. Then we'll come back with, you know, I might, I think we've been using the ultramarine blue on this up here. Or was it the Prussian blue? Can't remember. Another wing there. Then we'll leave that alone. Yep, we'll just leave that all alone to set. Now let us try number 4 here. So we're going to try and do 4 different squadrons. I think that is our, yep, that is the correct squad. Finally got the right one. Let's do here some warmer, nope, there we are. Stripes here. Another one over on this side. Up and over. And now we got some stripes back here to do. Like this one here. And eventually all of these files will be made available. First to the patrons, then my mini factory, and there is going to be a whole a series of games based on this universe, the strategic overall sort of map, and then a more tactical type. Another one of these back here. Up, over, and there, something like that. But not more there, more of that plaque in there too. Kind of trying to keep this towards towards the warm side of things. Well, that's got a little bit too light gray there. Gonna tone those down super quick here. A little bit too much of the lighter dry brushy stuff got on there. So about 2 hours ago, all these were just some dark bluish gray primer, and well, that's it. That's all they were. Some dark bluish gray primer. It happens fast. Don't blink. If you blink, you will miss something, right, Valfira? We And then we need to get not just a lighter gray in here, but also remember a warmer gray as well. So hit it right there. Lighter, warmer gray over there. That will be also again I think we might go with something a little bit more bluish on those. No, that's almost like a Naples yellow mixed with some white there. We'll see how that goes afterwards. Another light there. Okay, and now we'll leave that shaded. We will leave that shaded, I think. Might just lighten up that. Get some on here. Oh yeah, let's make this also lighter. Let's do this. Actually, one of the things I'm hoping to do, Valfair, and again, just as I kind of move some things around here, is to reclaim. It's not really a full-fledged couch. It's just, well, was that, love seat? That's what they call them. Yeah, love seat there. For trying to do some kind of naps or something like that, because there is literally nowhere to do that. Because you found out the hard way. You tried doing that in by streaming chair here. It's like the proverbial CTA bus. You're going to end up in the aisle somewhere. You're just going to fall out of that chair. So I need somewhere for like the 10-minute nap or something like that where we won't just keel over and be like on. Well, no, before we get to the floor, we'll be taking out a bunch of miniatures with us. So that is less than ideal, right, Valfair? We don't want that. We don't want that. That would be the Noid. We want to avoid the Noid, right, Valfair? Now, these are going to be also darker here. I'm going to change this bad boy up here and make that darker, because we do. Also here. Yeah, okay. Okay, and where's my small? There's my smaller brush. Remember that the home remodeling thing I was telling you about? Actually, one of the things I was actually able to do there, Velfair, was actually stand up against the wall and sleep. Oh, I could get maybe 5 to 8 minutes or so tops before, well, the body started to crumple. But yeah, I could actually lean against the wall and sleep standing up. Yeah, not for very long, but it was possible. It was indeed possible. Not, again, not ideal. Somewhat less than ideal. Carry this down. Carry that down there. More of our dirt. Let me see if I can't. No, let's get our number on here first. Gonna be a little bit different than the other ones. We're gonna keep it right in here, like you do. over here. And then we might again come back in with some of our lighter stuff too. To our insignia we go. We need a rather large outline here so that we can get our symbol inside of that. Boom. Up and over. Like that, and over this way. Now to the interior of our little logos, where we will have this here symbol. And other side. I'm going to do a little bit of the lighter green on the cockpit areas. Then we'll move back to, actually, let's move on over to this one here, because we want to do some of that, well, again, the lighter cockpit stuff here. I might as well grab some more of my white back out here. Boy, Valfira, I remember well, of course, the evils of all things, decals and masking and all that kind. I tried doing that stuff, Valfira. It always ended up being a disaster. So just out of frustration, I said, fine, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. We'll just do it. We'll use the Mark I eyeball, and that's it, right, Valfira? And nothing else. Because believe me, I tried doing the masking stuff. I think there was even a couple of videos. And I just said, holy smokes, I just spent a half an hour trying to mask something. Spent 3 seconds trying to spray that, and the mask didn't really work anyway. And now I had to spend 45 minutes to take the mask off of there. I just said, you know what? That's what the oily paints are made for, right? That is what they are made for. And I'm just going to kind of stroll through some of and again, well, this will be a little bit lighter green as well coming up, but okay, there we are. 2 hours, 12 minutes ago. How much paint did we have on these? Well, we had some primer. We had some brushed on Stynylrez. That is what we had. Oh yeah, speaking of airbrushes, Valfair, guess what I'll be doing for about 10 hours a day soon enough is doing the airbrush stuff in the Badger booth. Because, reasons. What I was thinking about, though, Valfair, this time around was actually drawing out some of our Cyberthuria scenes and characters and see what we can maybe do with some of the airbrushy stuff there. There was I don't know if it was an SDK 222 or a 232 where there was some really, really, really tiny stuff there. Velfir, I will most likely get a call from Ken while I'm down in Peoria, even though he knows I can't hear him there and I don't answer the phone anyway when people call me. If it's anything like the last 2 years, Velfir, because I actually sent him a message, he didn't say anything about Gen Con. I'm sure that I will hear about it like a week before Gen Con. because, well, it's sort of tradition, right, Elvira? Yeah, because I was getting these messages from Ken saying I tried calling you, and I'm like, I can't hear you. There's 30 people in this garage here. And every single one of them is talking, and every single one of them is the loud talker voice. That very distinct, and of course, when one loud talker speaks, all the other loud talkers try to talk louder than that loud talker. And that's about then I have to kind of let this go too because we got a whole bunch of paint building up there, so we gotta then let that go. Now we're going to take care of some of this lighter stuff. And that is gonna go in here. Now that, see that, I just, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe? 10-ish minutes, that's how long we had to wait. For that to be set enough for me to do stuff in there. I do believe we're zoomed in all the way, so that I can't really get any closer than this. We got that part of our insignia, and now again, then this port here. And that. Come on, there we go. Now some of that over here. Like we do. It's pretty wild, Valfira, because of the object source slating, right? That tends to be things. I guess we'd just say that, well, I guess the non-metallic, the object source slating, the freehand, those are the things that people kind of get themselves worked up a bunch. I'll see you later, surface tension. Again, beware of those bio drones. Beware of those bio drones. Here we are. Yeah, back to this now. That will go up here, then down, then around. Then those get divided this way. This way. That's a little too much. We'll come back with our darker stuff and take some of that away. It is certainly not a big deal. I mean, we're going to be adding some of our dark over there anyways, so. Okay, we'll lighten up you. Here. Another line up here. Down we go. Another line over here. And then down. I'll come back with some of our lighter gray here. No, nope. That is way too thin. We shall make that thicker. So he had sent me a message there, Valfair. Oh, a new job. That's it. Yes, new job. So I think he said he would try and get in here as soon as he can, but I guess a little bit different schedule, something like that. So he did say, yeah, don't be alarmed. Do not be alarmed. Because, well, there's a Cinco Dos that's heading up here, Valfair. We're only about less than 3 minutes away now from a cinco dos, which again means absolutely nothing. I mean, it literally means nothing. We just find it hilarious, or at least I do anyway, to say, well, look at all of those. Look at all those numbers that are the same. As soon as they reach 5 across the board, as in cinco, uno, duo, tres, whatever, we're just going to go, oh, look at that. Look at what that timestamp says. See what I mean? Or you just take our darker stuff and do a little bit of cleanup on aisle 7 there. So yeah, Velfir, I hope that you like the Woden video. And there's other little Easter eggs in there. Of course, we shouldn't mention Easter eggs. Hopefully, a certain person is not in the chat right now as we invoke the Easter Bunny. We don't want to do that. Whenever, I wonder. This could be. I'm gonna do this. That was not initially what I was going to do, but I might actually do this idea here. I'm going to change that up here. Sorry about that, Irid. I didn't mean to conjure up, and of course, yeah, there's more of that. I'll send you a message there, Irid. Now, of course, it is. I guess you could say it's something where it could end up being a good thing. It's just, well, it will be a very expensive good thing, and definitely something that I wasn't planning on. It's something that I've been trying to do with a much less expense for like the last year and a half. Yeah, Vilfra, I was going to try and film the other marble video. Was it last night? That never happened. I will try to film that after Armored Wolf and such go on their way down to Peoria there. After they rolled through here. And there it is, a little bit of Cinco Dos Valfera style. So thanks thanks for picking that one up there, Valfera. Appreciate that. And again, it doesn't mean anything. It literally means absolutely nothing. There's nothing really, there's nothing special that happens, that's for sure. Let me push some more of that lighter. Maybe get a bit more of the white in there. Now we're talking. Okay, that doesn't go there. We run it over here and then back here too. Oh yeah, let's lighten up this. Stabilizer here. Okay, we did the other side. All right. Nope, Velfira, it's outside stuff. All of that stuff is sitting there. That is.
You little hobbit, spark my gun.
Yeah, the kitchen floor won't cost anything because all that stuff was purchased long ago. Thank you so much, Plo. Appreciate that. So Alexis is going to get a roll on this dice. He's like, where's the wizard dude? I mean, usually he shows up. He's like, nah, he's taking a break. No, I'm just joking. We'll bring him in. There he is. There's the wizard that goes with the dice. So thank you so much, Alexis. Appreciate you being here. Let's, now, we didn't get any Gandalf 6s last time. Well, that's 2/3 of a 6. That's pretty close for Pro Alexis. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Now, I think we're going to let this have a chance to set, and we're going to move over back here to our digital camo here. Yes, indeed. So basically, next door, they want to have this concrete stuff because, well, since 1961, there's just been gravel there. Now they have this itch to do concrete, and that was the area where all that water came in last year. Let's see. Well, Alexis, it all depends because I guess if they all freak out, or yeah, how do they do in daylight? I guess that's it. There you go. Do 40k orcs do any better in daylight? And I'm not sure if 40k orcs, if they're supposed to be any smarter than, shall we say, your average ordinary Urukai. So yeah, Volfira, the thing is, if he does that, I have no choice but to do that too, because, well, his side of the sidewalk will be vastly raised and mine will be lower. And you know what happens to people that are on the low side of the hill, right, Valfira? Yes, I would be the low side of that hill, and that would not work out very well. And let's just say that a sidewalk of that length, that is going to be extremely expensive, and that was not an expense we were looking to do. There was a reason why I was just kind of doing it myself, digging trenches and using individual little bags of concrete here and there. Because the many thousands of dollars, that really wasn't what we were looking to do. Let's get more of this here green. Actually, Valfira, that's not such a fantastic choice. Because the concrete, well, you've seen how much room there is between the houses. You can basically stand in the middle and touch each house. If all there is cement back there, the only place for the water to go is, well, into the houses. So yes, what would be better is having no concrete back there on either side. That's kind of why they only ever put concrete on one side. If you look at all these houses, well, a neighbor a few doors down, they did that. Both sides had concrete, and guess what? He started getting water every time it rained. Because, well, guess what? Not particularly absorbent. We need to get some gray here. I also need to bring up my 6-shooter reference because wrong crap. There we go. There we have it now. That might have to be a little later. That may have to be a little late. Oh, and also too, weren't we doing we were doing a bit of a bluish gray here. There. Like so. So no, this would have to be tearing out the old stuff, as in the entire length of the house. And the thing is, they say, well, we're going to dig a trench in between the two, and that's where the water will flow. The only problem is, Valfira, is that, well, they're going against gravity because the back of the house is lower than the front of the house. Yet they want to drain it towards the front, right, Camda? How you doing? I was telling everybody not to fear there, Camda, that you were still alive and mostly well, but you would just be a little bit on the later side. So that 145, that is also the trifecta of our 145s. So great to see you there, Camda. As promised, The return of Camda Paint. Actually, hey Camda, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? So again, the space between the houses is, if you had two people standing side by side, if they were to move their arms, they would be bumping into each other. That is how close together the houses are here. You know what? We never did anything up there too. That's right. Where's my green? There's my green. We're also going to take some of this away here. Minimize that a little bit more. So see you in a bit there. See you in a bit there, Camda. Actually, Camda, Valfera took care of Cinco Dos. Yeah, so Cinco Dos was monitored and it was taken care of. You know, here is what I kind of didn't quite do with this. I'm actually getting a little bit of the Terra Rosa. Ah, there we go. Now that shall make more sense here. Let's see. I think we did get to an Urukai army. That's right. We did. Oh, that's right, Valfair. It was 3 streams. I think we did 10 Urukai per stream, and we ended up with a full-on Urukai army. We've got also where's Sauron or Sauron? He's hanging out. Oh, there he is. I see him over there. But yeah, we ended up with a sizable. All right, but we're gonna clearly make more of those to have a full-on Urukai. I mean, not just the pike dudes, and not just the. I think we also did some of the berserkers. Yeah, sure. Now we're gonna try and put in some of these smaller inserts here of our digital camera. We're gonna make that not quite so light. We're gonna go back to our darker stuff here. Let me get the umber in there. So yeah, Velfair, we'll see again. The other problem is there's a bit of a language difference, and that the person that I talk to understands about 1 of every 7 words that I say, and this is a bit of a complex venture right here for a language barrier. So that will make things interesting. Now again, it could be a very good thing. It just it has to be done just in a certain way. Otherwise, it could be very much a not bueno thing. It could be very much an unbueno thing. Especially given, right, I just got the battery backup thing and also the new air conditioner. Let's do, I'm going to get rid of some of that bright stuff there. Now I'm going to go back. Where's my new sort of Terra Rosa E-type mix? We'll put that in here. We have none of that up here. Let's get some of that here. And of course, we are over here too. That's right. Yeah, I think we'll just abandon the numeral up there. I think we'll just have it be our camo stuff. Hey there, Brigand. How you doing? So, Brigand, that would be Fort Wapple. And that is, well, now in the new place that is down and, well, almost kind of semi-underground there. That is the new place in there, down there in Milwaukee. This year I had a whole bunch of my Cyberthuria stuff there, so you might have seen some of that. So yeah, didn't get this all just kind of popped up yesterday. All I was trying to do was walk back from the store. That didn't go so well. So I'll try to shoot you a message to kind of fill you in on some of this. But let's put it this way, it would be like me buying 5 of those battery backups, most likely. Oh, that's getting too late. What happened to our... What happened to our Terra Rosa in there? That's fantastic, Brigandin. It is... It is many times the size of the previous place, which is still, I mean, again, I still remember the first place when I was 2007. You could have fit almost the entire convention where Fort Wapple is back in 2007. I mean, it's all kidding aside, it's pretty close. You would have almost been able to fit the entire thing. The vendor hall was a closet with a folding table. That was the vendor hall. We'd be sitting there like an hour before people were going to start to register stuffing things into swag bags. And swag bags were all first come, first serve. That was a very different environment back in 2007. Let me try to go do it. Here's some other darker stuff. We have a whole bunch of the light. Whoops, has a big old clump of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So now we are at 2 hours, 37 minutes. How's about back to some over black again? We need to get our 6 chambers in here too. 1 second, get a little bit less paint on there. There we are. Couple more of those. There's our 6. We must do that over here. Yeah, not too much. Okay, that is better. More of that over here, and now we need the line around this. Well, that kind of went a little bit astray, but we'll fix that all up just fine. So actually, we were just there to check it out there. We had no idea what it was. We were just we had heard about it from the bunker, because that's where they do all their meetings. So we happened to see the people doing the meetings in the bunker. And basically after that year, we ended up on the staff, and we've been on the staff ever since. And ironically enough, the first staff meeting of the year is coming up this weekend, which is why I won't be streaming here. Remember, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday stream, won't be doing those, because I will be down at Adepticon headquarters. Oh, that's right. I got to see the warehouse for the first time last year. That didn't quite go where it was supposed to. I'll change you up a little bit here. And there. A little bit light up on top of there. Now this gets, where's that blue that I'm looking for here? Yeah, that's about it. Well, bluish gray. It's not really blue, it's just a bluish gray. Here's some more of this. Get some more of my later, well, as we call it, periwinkle. I might darken this down. That one too. Actually, both of these. You'll take away all that stuff here. And then on this one, come on, there we are. Let's restore a little bit of dark in there. There we go. So we'll get the usual Thursday, Friday, Saturday stream cycle. We won't be doing that. There's going to be a few interruptions in that cycle here coming up because, well, we have Gen Con coming up pretty darn soon. So it's going to be yet another. I mean, that's going to take out the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, not just the Friday, Saturday. It'll take out all three of them. The Thursday stream is going to definitely be a very short one because it's possible that we don't want Armored Wolf showing up at the door and I'm still streaming. So if we're streaming Thursday, it would probably actually be a little bit of an early. Yeah, that's another thing too, Velfer. It might be an earlier start on Thursday. Just I'll try and give you a heads up. You know, that's going to go one way or another. There we are. See, this one was pretty good shape there already. Now let's get this thing back in order over here. Down. Okay, that's working out. Lighter stuff here. Come on, there we go. I might also try to do a little bit of lighter engine glow here, just so that other stuff has a chance to set. So yeah, well, I want to get another shot at that because then that'll have a chance to set, and then maybe we do whatever the lightest light would be on that next. Ah, there we go. Get this later stuff going here. Nice. Now that cockpit edge really starts to stand out. Probably get some more light in the cockpit glass too. Before we forget, here, we'll take this, we'll mix it. Where is the... That's actually the fluorescent blue there. Let's break this down some more. Breaking it down some more. We're getting there. This stuff isn't. Well, now it's been on the pallet almost 3 hours. So, okay, here we are. Some of our engine glow. Get in there. And then down here too, like so. Yeah, much appreciated there, Velfair. And again, sorry about all of the. Again, it's going to be pretty chaotic over the next, but basically until I don't know, whenever the first weekend of August is over with. There, oh, look at that. Look at that. And this is not the brightest we can go. We can actually go brighter than this. We won't do that just now. We're going to, again, we want to hit this here. Then we got to let that sit for 15-ish, 20 minutes at least. And then we'll do it again. So let's do our other ones here. Now we got to get back to our Sharkies here. We got all kinds of freehandy stuff to do. We'll do that after we get the engine glow here. Let's do this super quick, then come back to this and all of our stuff back there. I knew I was like, wait a minute, there was one of these where we kind of have to still do some of the early portions of the freehand type stuff. Now this can't be too thin down. Oh, that's borderline. That is almost too thin down. That is super close. I think that is, yeah, it's our second one. You know what, maybe I'll put this over here and we'll work toward that. That way, hopefully, I'll just remember by seeing it. Yeah, I do believe that ReaperCon is just it's kind of a no-go thing there. Valfair, it's just not, it's a very bad time of year. That is not an ideal time of year. And remember, like you use me getting there is not really the big problem. It's getting all the other stuff there, which that was always a bugaboo from pretty much the very first time until the last time. I mean, once we have those TARDISes, right, Valfair, anything is possible. All right, getting back to the later stuff, and then we'll hit the. We'll go back to our Hammerhead Shirky there. Is nice. Now let's do them. Okay, and is this the? I just gotta get the right reference here. I believe. Nope, this is the one. There's the right one. I got 4 of these things floating around. So here, let's do a little bit of something lighter on this first. You know what? I might. Unless, what do we do? Okay, we did do the more brassy stuff on the end. So we'll change that after we do this here. Let me get our Sharky going here. I want, let's see. The head there, the body flows around like so. And this is actually just a light blue here right now. Where's our, oh, there's our tail. We got fins here. I'll try that on this side now. Diameter head port. Now the body port here. Yeah, I'll stick with this mix over here. Some fins is there, and we'll probably be coming back with some darker stuff here too. We'll just have to leave that go for now. Speaking of the darker stuff, let me. We have to. We made a little change here. We were gonna do a certain pattern there. That we said no, we won't do that pattern. There we go. And all this is definitely gonna help clean up all this. We got these now. That all starts to make more sense. Better. See if we can start to indicate a little bit of chompers here. Might have to come back to get more of my. I want the lighter stuff here, but again, we're just gonna try to start to indicate chompers there. Maybe darken you in there. And now here, let me go with. Okay, that's definitely very much a bluish white there. All this canopy edge, that's gonna definitely be made of lighter here. Same there. That too. Where are we at here with this? A little extra light down there. Our ultramarine blue, mix it with that. Start getting a little something something in here. Also this. That was the mix we were using. I thought so. Being tricksy there. That is way too thin. Hopefully we got that thickened up just enough, and I think we do. Yeah, that'll work for now. Lines along there, and now we got to get the bit more of the outline around our symbol here. That is going to tighten up the edge around it too. Come on, more of this. And this is not our lightest light yet. We could still go lighter than that if we need to. Around the, there we go, around the edge of this. There. So here, back to it this way. Yeah, let's lighten up our sharky shark there a little more. See you later there, Irid. So sorry that you gotta go do the whole office thing again there, Irid. I know that is difficult with all the other stuff going on. So yeah, I'll try to shoot you a message there about the latest situation with a certain creature that tends to do stuff very much out of season, right, Arid? Arid, oh, why don't you post your link one more time? Post your Pinterest link and one more time before you head out there. And again, the usual Friday, 7 Pacific, right? More painting from Arid. And everybody, again, please go check that out. And well, not exactly happy travels, but here's hoping it's not too much of a hassle getting in there and then getting back out again. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Iridican Wife just shared. And again, everybody please give Iridican Wife a follow. Now we can maybe start to, speaking of orkies there, 40k orcs, they like their teeps, right? The orkies love their teeps. Well, now we're going to get some teeps on here. So some teeps now. Hey there, Painting Bites. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Appreciate you joining here. He's hoping that Tuesday is off to a super fabulous start. And well, here's hoping that the rest of the week goes just as well. And here's hoping that not only on the weekend will you get a chance to maybe do some miniature painting stuff. So let's see, what's 2:33 here? I know, and well, in Australia, it is well, it's not quite supper time there, but it's working its way towards that. Definitely, I don't know, what about 8:33 in the UK-ish, something like that. Thanks, Painting, but we do this on all of our bases. Now you can see it a little bit easier on the large bases. So here's the carrier that these guys go on, and we try to come up with a different theme for every single one of our different species here. Now, where's our, here we go. Here's our Battlestar Galactica ships here. We did a fun, different look on them. So Brigand, it would definitely be in the, well, it'll be in the hundreds, if not thousands, since, well, on, let's see, the last Monday, we did 7 different ships just on Monday. We're tacking on 4 more here. We also, again, we also do the paintings, but we did this bust on the Friday stream. We did this miniature on the Saturday stream right here. And of course, this is what we did last Thursday. And oh, look at that. It looks an awful lot like the figure itself. And like I said, that Orc army, was that the Urukai army? That was 3 streams. I think we did either 10 or 11 per stream. I mean, here's do we still? Oh yeah, we do have them up here. Where's our? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. So we did. Wasn't it 15 goblins in 11 hours or something like that? That well, yeah. So we definitely hit the done landings. Where's the dwarves? Where is our done? Of course, we've done dozens and dozens of these. Here we go. Tons and tons of our World War II ships. There they are. Yeah, we did these. I think it was at 9 guys in 10 hours, something like that. There we go. Yeah. Something along those lines. Once there, oh, there we go. Finally back to my scene. Nice to see you there, Cam. Oh, wait, Camdo, why don't you post? Why don't you post your linkies there? I was like, wait a minute, there was something I was supposed. Yes, post your links there, Camda. Of course, as always, appreciate you being here. So that is very much par for the course. Yes, indeed. Let's get this a little more reorganized here. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Now, so Canada with the new job and stuff. Now, will you still get the time to work on your other project there? I guess that was the thing I never got a chance to ask you. Is will you still get to work on the project with the new printers and everything else? Where are we at? Now we're talking. Let's see. 3 hours ago, these had no paint on them. I can show you exactly what they looked like because I primed them all at the same time. That's all four of them looked exactly like this, just with some primer on them, and that's it. Yeah, we're not that far away from a Cinco Trace, right, right, Valfira? We are not very far away. What are we doing? Yeah, let me get a bit more of that here. Also over here. Some down there now. Let's also here. Let's get this a little lighter here too. So appreciate you doing that there, Painting Bites. Come on. Get there we are. And if you check out the Instagrams, you'll get at least a tiny glance of what we do. Well, Brigham, I'm glad that you're able to do some painting. Always glad when folks can kind of it kind of helps keep the painting juices flowing there. Now the next stream that I'll be able to do will be this Thursday. Then I will be away from home for the next few days after that. But normally Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Those are the usual stream days. Get a little bit of an interruption this week, and then well, when Gen Con happens. Let me do that a little bit later up here. There we go. Okay. The fins there. That is almost a kind of a light blue there. Yeah, now we're gonna change this up again here. There we go. Also here, I think just gonna lay that brush flat. That's what the liner brush is really good for there. Let me do this, and again, thanks. I know it's really late there, Valfira. Now, actually, Valfira, did yours? Speaking of sleep schedules, did yours ever recover? After the whole the power outage thing and all the heat and everything. Well, I just realized, yeah, that's right. I haven't asked if that was able to you're able to get kind of at least some of that back. Get this right here. And now I will retreat back to, let me just put this thing over here. Get that out of the way. Now we have to get, I might even use some of this here. No, that's actually not a rush that's gonna work. Maybe this is the one here. Doing this. Yes, we are. We're definitely relying on the anti-sleepy medicine today. And we'll have to do the same thing tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next week. There'll be lots of anti-sleepy medicine. Actually, Velfair Armored Wolf, remember he was saying in the chat last night that there was going to be one that showed up, and sure enough, that showed up today via Amazon. Yep, that arrived today earlier. It's a good thing he said something about it, because I would not have been looking out there for it. Because there was not supposed to be anything showing up here. Alright, so we're changing these up to, again, something almost a bit more of like a brassy type of a finish here. And I'm just going to roll through all four of them. Here too. I looked out there and it was the very distinctive bag that the Monster Energy drinks show up in. And then I think we'll go to the Naples yellow to make this then later. Also this and that. Because of, well, not being able to use the air fryer still. I think, oh yeah, that's right. I ended up taking, what did we end up doing? Oh yeah, I did the asparagus that I usually do after a stream. That ended up being before the stream. I was hoping, Velfair, that would kind of provide that energy kick. So I might have to do that in the future there, Velfair, is just rely on the asparagus pre-stream meal there to try and keep the energy level going. And that's normally a post-stream sort of thing, but that might have to, over for the next couple of weeks, that it might have to be a pre-stream ritual. Now this again, not our latest light. Light mid-tone-ish, something like that. That's about it. That is about it. This away here. I think, okay, yeah, we got these two, and now hopefully, yeah, it's set a little bit more. Where are we at with this? I think Naples yellow for the lightest light on these cowlings here, or these noses. One more of these. Yep, right here. So Camden, I did not get a chance to film the new marble video. I'll try to send you some of the ref. I was able to find on the blog the old marble ref. It took a while. It took about a half an hour to find the old references. But I think you're going to enjoy that marble episode there, Camden. I believe so. It's really, 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 really different. That is too much. That too much. We make less. So not too much. Here. Now let's get some of that going on these engines here. And of course, hashtag no layers. I did print out some more of the new Book of Wapple stickers earlier today. Let's let you up. Whoops. Okay, well, we're going to be coming back with our darker stuff to reinforce that edge anyhows. So we are about 23 minutes away from Cinco Tres. Came to It's hurtling towards Cinco Tres. Down to this now. Come on, there we are. Let's do this. Do we have two more of these? And then we'll do, man, we'll wait on the latest stuff. We will wait and we want that to have a chance to set. We'll maybe do some more of the later stuff around here, around the cockpit and stuff. We also have some more stuff with our numerals to clean up. Because, well, reasons. Lighten you up there. Did I already? No, I somehow jumped right past this one. Fine. Now we got it. Like, wait a second, we're missing something there. Let's see. Okay, so we got 20 some odd minutes here. Let me. Yeah, we'll use you as a blending brush here. What was the. Oh, yeah, this is the one we wanted to go back to. Now let's do a little repair on this here. Our lighter gray goes in there, and then we'll try that again a little bit. Nope, that is, we want the warmer gray here. A little later. Ah, that was the other thing that was a little wonky there. Alright, we'll leave that be. Another light there. And now some more light along here. That way. Some more light here. No, 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 no. The warmer gray. Back to the warmer gray. That is better. Down that way. And now we should see if we can Ah, yeah. Let me get this. It's more like a paint. Nope, that's still not enough. Now we got. Now we're getting somewhere with this. Almost basically have to darken that up a little bit with this paint, but then we can lighten it back up again. And I might even use some of the Naples yellow on that, like you do. Work this in a little more here. Yep, like that. Lighter and lighter and lighter up on the top of that. And of course, well, gee whiz, we still haven't even broken out the fast matte white. It's almost at a Cinco trace, and we have not even brought out the fast matte white yet. Now here, try to lighten up the outside of our logo there. Let's get the other part of this symbol here. Ah, that's better. And now along here, maybe this gray might just work. Oh, that's too thin. No, let's thicken that up a little. Then we also have to get our much lighter turquoise type color in there. More on the canopy here. And I'm gonna go back to something that's a little bit not quite the straight up dark there. And then this. Yeah, that was a better plan doing that. Ooh, speaking of plan, we should make that a little bit less of a darker gray in there. Gee whiz, I looked at that, but not quite right. And also, yeah, now we're straightened out our lines there. Okay, that lighter green that we were talking about here, our lightest phthalo green. This part of our cockpit here. Nope, not that green. I need a little more high-powered turquoise like this. More of that right in here. And then we need to do some kind of brighter stuff along the edge. We gotta do it. Gotta do that here. That edge just not gonna be sharp enough otherwise. And we'll also do that here. A little more. Maybe not quite as much thinner either. Yeah, oh, there we go. Much better consistency. Oh, yeah. The whole bunch easier. Back to it here. Getting in these lines. There are two. Yeah, here we are. And that's going to bring that up. We might. These cowlings, yeah, we got to get our highlights on there too. Don't want to forget that. Let's not forget these guys. I'm going to get that crazy lighter grayish blue inside of these. I shall do that now. That's our ultramarine blue there. And then that another thing, but it can't have too much thinner there. And not really trying to rival the brightness that we have in the cockpit area with this. Yeah, look at that. Even after, okay, there's 5-ish minutes that sat there, and that was actually made it so that I could do that lighter stuff. Now, what I see here is another lighten you up there, and now let's get some other lighter edges along here, and then we're gonna get the lightest thing on our engine cowlings. We don't want to forget about that. That might just be straight up Naples yellow or something like that. Won't be a lot like that. I'm gonna try to lighten up the top of this edge here. Yep, like that. This. Come on. Oh, I wonder. First. Yep. Good strategery right there. There's some good strategery. Needed to go a little lighter. I was just about to do our darker lines, and before we engage in that, let me see what we got to do. And sure enough, had to make that part of the tail assembly a little lighter. Now they've no, that's got to be raised up a little too. One sec. Okay, let's super quick here. Let me take this. Oh, look at that! I even got some of my white. So some of the Naples yellow, a little bit of the white. Then I'm gonna maybe put some more white out here. Nah, I'm gonna yeah. Let's make that edge a little sharper. That'll work. Now over here, that same. Don't mix again. Oh, the Naples yellow, some of the white in there. Mostly along the top edge of the engine cowlings here. It carries down a little bit towards down the sides, but that's not a ton. Not much of that. Where are we at with this? Up here? Yes, up here. The edge of that, and again here on these engine cowlings, we can always take our blending brush to it if we feel like, that edge is too hard or the brush stroke is a little too wacky there. Can always remove some of that, again, by taking a blending brush. Hashtag no layers, but just say no to layers, say yes to the blending brush. So it looks like 10 minutes, yeah, about 10 minutes or so. Cinco trace time. You get this going here. Again with the lighter stuff on the, and then we're gonna get back to our Blue Devil's. I just had to let that set there. I was was way too much wet paint sitting there. We had to, it's not dry, but giving it those few minutes, boy, it has a really outsized effect as far as making it easier to get back into it. Back this away. Speaking of blending brushes, there, I'm just gonna grab you and Blammo. Uh, sure, we'll just hint at a little bit, but you don't really actually see the warmness on here. That's cool. That is good. That's all right. These things we'll get later now. There we go. There's the other one, and then the cockpit canopy. Same thing. You know what? I'm just gonna use some of that here. Take some. There's a little bit of excess paint on there. Yeah. See, now that I took some of that away, little easier to do that on here now. This way. Ah, nice. There we. Let me take this up here. Some light along these edges now. There. And now let me scare up my Blue Devils reference for the logo here. Alright, let's get the horns. We sort of kind of sketched him in a little bit before. Glowy eyes. Oh, look, more teeths. Wings. More of this light. Wing. Feathers-ish. Ah, that's better. Then we'll have to get the darker stuff in there, but for now we'll leave that as is. Doing the inverse here. Where's the eyes is? Like so. The wing here. And now this one. That should come out further. Ah, his teeths. I'm like, wait a minute, what's missing? It's just all your teeths down here. That's it. In a bit, we'll do some of the darker stuff on the. Let me get some of the lighter blue though first. Maybe we'll just roll with this, see how this is gonna go. So it looks like we're just 5 minutes away now, Valfira. Okay, doesn't mean anything. It's just fun. Front edge of our cockpit here. I don't know, I think we've already gotten this level of light here. Now, what would be interesting here, if we're talking about printing out bigger versions of these, and I mean like, I don't know about printing them out in FDM that size, but if these are significantly larger, we could actually start thinking about not just some panel lines there, but obviously much more in the way of some freehand. there could be some interesting things we could do with one of these if it is printed out larger. There's a bunch of little, even at this scale, some details that are not really, they don't really show up too much if you paint those. So we have what, 4 minutes? Nope, 3 minutes. Well, and 33 seconds. Now, wow, it's down to 75 and a half degrees here. That is definitely an indication of something that actually is finally working, right, Valfira? And again, it was a mite bit toasty all during the day today. That needs some blue in there. Also a little bit of it up here, yeah. There we are. Some of that over here. Lighter blue. Lighter blue. I'm going to use the ultramarine here for our blue devil, the darker stuff on our blue devil here. Got to get this around the eyes. Mouth, and then here. More of his head here. And then we'll come back with the, well, we have to come back with the lighter stuff. Of course, that just came off of there. That is less helpful. These are just hot glued up with a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of hot glue. Oh, I see that. This one, I see where this one came off. That is, that's because it's kind of hollow on the inside here. I was like, wait a minute. That is not happening. And that would be why. Oh, let me just get that a little there. Let me clean up the number here. So less than a minute to go. Cinco trace. Camden's going to definitely owe you some stuff here. Valfera, since you're having to do all of the Cincos here. You have to synchronize all the Cincos. Now we get closer and closer to it here. Let me get that bit of light. Do we need to? Yeah, we need to do it on this side too. Also over here. Now just a few seconds away. We count down to 3, 2, and 1. And there it is, Cinco Trace. 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Valfera, the official timekeeper, has said so. Valfera has been keeping the time. Valfera says it's 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. For 4 of our fabulous Toutatis Interceptors, again, of TerraForce. I might just, you know what, here, let me, maybe lighten that up here. As Armored Wolf would say, Valfera, Armored Wolf has a saying, voluntold. So Velfair was voluntold to be the official timekeeper here, apparently. So yes, you joined the ranks of Armored Wolf, Valfira, that you were voluntold. I'm trying to think. I don't believe we use that in Boy Scouts, Valfira. But we might have some kind of equivalent of voluntold in Boy Scouts. Usually it was well, a volunteer please step forward, everybody steps back and leaves the one person standing there. That was usually the way we did it in Boy Scouts. You know what? I can actually go a teensy bit later on this. Oops, there we go. Carry that further that away, yes. Little, well, we'll come, you know what, let's just do that now while we're thinking about it. Oh, yeah, also here, let's get that. Now, oh, that's right, we could get, oh, wait a minute, let me get my, drew up my Sharkies here. Not the shark, there's the Sharkies. There's the Sharkies. Now, we almost forgot. This here, I'm like, wait a minute, there was a whole nother element here to our little Wugos here. Whoops. That went quite literally a little bit sideways. That's alright. We can fix that up. No problem. Take some of that away there too. Okay. So I just checked to see if there was any messages from Armored Wolf saying, well, we're really early or we're really late or anything like that. Didn't see any. There actually was one instance, Valfir, where I guess they quite literally caught a westerly wind or something the whole way here. And they showed up not just like, 15 minutes, or they were like an hour and a half earlier or something. It was something crazy, that I know. So that's why I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. And I have not, I don't see any messages there. So I take it not early and also not many delays. And again, thanks for doing that, Velfair. Appreciate that. Let me do this here. Yeah, I'm not going to be setting any timers here, right, Velfair? That would be kind of weird. Because, I mean, yes, it would remind us that it's time to do that, but, a timer going off in the middle of nothing here? Yeah, that would be a little... Oof. That would be a little jarring, to say the least. Especially if it's as loud as a hype train. You know what? I want to... Yeah. That's not a highlight there. Actually, I just wanted to actually have that be that lighter color. Now, do some lighter gray here. Like maybe that. Oh yeah, we never did get some of these grays here. Let's also hit this. A little bit of light sneaks over there. Where is my blue to get into that gray? Blue into that gray. You know what? I'm going to darken that back down. That doesn't quite work. Yeah, that's just better. Now, I definitely appreciate that. Appreciate that valve here. Now, let's get our... Oh, well, it would be handy if we actually had... Red is easier to do with red as opposed to, you know, the blue or the green. That was like 1,000 times more the red than I needed, but, you know, that's okay. Where can we go with this? I guess over here. Let's start breaking this down. Breaking this down some more. Now for our red in between chompers. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit of this in there just to make it a little more opaque. Oh, that actually, you know what? That was not too bad doing that. That worked out. We'll do that over here. Dark again. Let that be. Yeah, there we go. I wonder. Let me push that further down. Ah, here it is. I'm just gonna grab some more of this right here. Where are you gonna go? Just chuck you over here, I guess. Wow, that little teensy bit of red really dug its way into that brush. Get me rid of some of that. Okay, now we'll start breaking this down. Just throwing some thinner on here, breaking it down. Now, I think you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat, right, Camda? And again, everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Now, I would like to... Yeah, I'm going to change that around. Which is hilarious. And now that I have all this light stuff on the brush, it's like, well, let's change this around to something dark. But I might just do that here. Because I spy with my little eye. This here. And that is going to be, we're going to go back to something darker on that and then do the lighter, or lettering on that. I think that might be the better play. Nice to see you there, Recoil. So happy Tuesday, Recoil. Yes, our Armored Wolf is in transit here. He is on his way. Now, okay. So we're going to go back to the darker stuff. All right. And then, yeah, Rico, it's been fun. I think I sent you the graphics for these. Pretty sure that I did. All right, so I'm just going to change this here around. Like we do here. Sometimes you just got to be willing to make a changeola. Just making that larger there. Okay. Get a couple little darks here. Separate those. Now that's going to have to set while that is sitting. I'm just going to actually maybe do a little bit of panel lineage here. There. And now that. And extend this way with, again, just a little bit of rudimentary panel lineage here. Nothing crazy. Couple of our lines coming out this way. Another one there. Another one here. And another one there. And now we'll have some panel lines. Gonna happen that way. Going that way too. And now you see that's already a little less shiny. Get these these shapes in here. Let's cut this through our numbers there. Panel line that way. Couple going this way. Now let's get this lighter stuff here. There, we'll just break this down enough so that it flows. So these are the Hammerhead Squadron right here, and we were able to do the little bit of nosy art there on our Hammerheads. Now here, let's change this. Like this here. Then around the outside here. All the way around. down. Either that, or you know what, that's just not quite doing what I want it to do, so we're going to change that again. We're just going to change that back. It just was not quite working. Do it the fastest way. Well, that's not really the idea. We're to do that with. Fine, we'll just have to stick with this one. Taking some of this and is that a. That's about the right flavor of that blue that we wanted there. Well, bluish gray anyhow. That gets pushed up here a little further. And we're just going to take some of that away. Now, let me take a bit more of this away up here. Or we might just. Yeah, that set is not the right brush for that either. We're just going to do this. And say enough of that fooling around. A bit more of my blue in there. And we're just going to change the whole thing. Like that. Now we shall try this again. There we are. Now let's get rid of this lighter stuff on this side here. Yep, gotta get rid of that. And we shall try this. Again, only maybe not with the Payne's gray instead of just the black there. That was another one of the problems. Just was not, needed the bluish gray, not the kind of warmer dark gray. And I'm just kind of breaking this out. This is going to have to be relatively thin, I believe. It is going to have to be relatively thin here. And we're going to try and do our circle thing again. Only smaller this time again. Also with the thinner here. Let's try this one more time. And then we'll have to let that also have a chance to set. There we are. Did we do the... Okay, no, we didn't do that. Then we let you have a chance to set there. Piano lines again. let's see, which way do we think we did it this way? Panel line there. Let's get a panel line going that way. Got to sit you off to the side. That one is no longer glued to it, so we're gonna switch over to another one here and maybe do get a little bit of panel line type stuff on this one too. Can kind of follow it what we did on our other interceptors here. Come on, up and over. There we are. Another one. Then another one. And then another maybe set panel lines here. Come down like so. Tone you down. Panel lines there. Actually, I'm going to have to cut through that too. Coming up this way, another one comes this way. Oh, thanks, Drex. Appreciate that. It's been hours since we last had the anti-sleepy serum there, Drexia. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. So Drex, are you headed off to sleep now? I'm guessing maybe it is sleep time for Drexia. I appreciate you being here, Drax. Oh, well, thanks. Thanks, Ken. Oh, geez, we gotta be on alert for a hype train there. Because I get to, yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, Drexy, again, appreciate thank you so much for the bitses there. Wait, let's get the inch of that. Okay. We need more of our light on a couple of these edges out over here. Come on, there we are. See, we already did it on this side. I don't know what happened to the other side. All right, let's go back to this here. So appreciate, again, Trixie, appreciate everything. Now, Trixie, I think you saw this too, right? Our fish and chips, and like I said, I've got, I think, 4 different scopes that I'm working on for the 75 mil scale size scopes there for the Elchibans. I think we need to do this on one of our other, maybe 2 of our other ones here. First, though, let me get another extra light hit there on the cockpit, and then some panel lines here. So Rico, I'll try to send you maybe some of the video clips that I've been making for the Woden. That's something I've been trying to do, yeah, as I've been doing other stuff over the last 4 days or so. It is a shorter piece, so I think I have enough video clips now that I can maybe actually start to do the final editing of that. Actually, yeah, Drexia, I know I did I think I probably did several, I might have done, yeah, even some tutorial videos on this sort of a turquoise like that, but that was, we actually even did regular pre-glaze on that Drexia. Yeah, we actually brought out the old-fashioned pre-glaze on that. And we also, oh yeah, the cobalt teal bluish, we broke that out for that one too. And down this way. Yep, like so. Ah, oh, that's good. That's good, Drexia. Did I? Maybe. Oh yeah, I do have my white here. I shall break that down like this, and see if we can really suck in some of these. Yes, we can. Yes, so we can. Now to this one here. There we go. Later here. Man, we didn't really get, okay, that was just the one that we missed then. Alright. And then after I do all this later stuff, then we'll go back to our Sharkies there because I see that that's not shiny anymore. This one, again, that's we can't do a whole bunch more on this because, well, it's I ended up sort of knocking this off the holder here. And there's no way we're going to be able to get the hot glue gun going to stick this back on here. So we'll just kind of do what we can with that before it wobbles right off of there. Bingo. There again. That. And that. And now that. So I think that, okay, now let's get to our Sharky Sharks here. We'll try this again. It just did not work the first time around. That's okay. Sometimes that's just how it goes, right, Drexia? Sometimes the third time is a charm. The first one was just, it was too large. Way too large. This one seems to be of a better size. Not quite so giant. Now we'll get around the outside here. That is better. Yeah, that's much better there. Over the top we go here. And yeah, that's just a... That is definitely more like what we want to see. It was just a little too crazy before. There was not enough space necessarily to do all the stuff of the emblem. Actually, recoiled this one right here. I don't know if you saw the image. It's basically very much looks like a patch. And I just thought, you know what we got to do? Actually, make some squadron patches for sure. We need to make a few of these. Because I think that would be super fun. And now we'll do this instead. Because we haven't done this on any of our squadrons yet. There we are, okay. Now we'll try that over on this side. And of course, I learned the hard way, right, with the merch, that it has to be a much simpler design. And these are already patches, so they're pretty much simple as far as the colors go. And do a bit of I guess a bit of bas relief there on the squadron, because each one of them kind of has their own saying, right? Ah, here we are. Is nice. Also here. Oh yeah, let's lighten up the edge of this. Yeah. Back to our light again. Light on this edge. Also here. Let me pop a little light on the edge of that. Yep, there we go. Definitely glad that I just, again, it sometimes you just gotta wipe the whole thing out. Do it again. And that's easy enough to do with the oil paints, because I just wiped it out and did it again. That was no big deal. Because I like this more, this solid gray here that also has a little bit of variance from that gray down there. There was too many shapes happen on too small of a platform. I said, nah, let's get rid of some of those. How's about, I think this also here needs to be tightened up a smidge. Where's me red? Let me just use this, break this down some here. And of course, no pilot's ready room is complete without a Buck Polaris action figure, right? Recoil. Yes, Buck Polaris and Earl action figures. Do that, yeah, like this. Maybe a little more of the red coming up this way here. Okay, and then just stop with that. Then that. Might also do that on our 6 shooters here. Yeah, we'll do that too. All right. Where's our some of this yellow, a little bit of the red. Break it all down here. That is, yeah, that's going to have a couple more shots to break it down. I think this might get us to the consistency we need. All right. And what's interesting, recoil is that you know how he's super popular among the Moskins and everything. And Earl is kind of a cult hero. It was actually at a time when the Moskin government was not super friendly with New Terra, and they actually tried to use Earl as kind of a, because you know how they are about work, right? And the you know the sacred tools and all that. Well, they tried to use them as basically almost like to mock, you know, the great union of New Terra, and it kind of backfired. It completely backfired and it turned Earl into a cult hero on Muska. That was not how that was supposed to go. Yes, the whole idea was to try and use Earl as an example of, you know, how not to whatever, and next thing it becomes a cult hero. Let's do this right here. Maybe a bit more up there. Okay, fine. Lighten you up a little bit along that edge, and then maybe a little something there. Let me just try to maybe a little too late there. It's okay, because I got me something that I can use to tone that all tone that all down with. Come on, get in there. Let me see if I can. Don't want that to get too late there. Don't want it to get too late. Nope. Believe it or not, that has to be just a teensy bit later. Now I think we're talking here. Again, sorry about the voice. More here. Yeah, alright. Maybe not too much more. Maybe I have to actually go the other way, go opposite way, and do something darker. This, I'm going to get some of this kind of bluish gray on here. Try it a little later. Try it a little later, see what happens. There are basically 3 pieces there. Okay, yeah, that's it. Same 3 pieces on that side, and then that needs to be a little later. Anything later? Yeah, a little later there. Do I wanna darker? Nah. Yes. Okay, fine. We'll do darker stuff. Oh, yeah, these couple of engines here. Let's do that. Get this one. This is again some hefty dark here. And we'll darken up you a little more, and then yeah, nice little edge on the top of that. And then we were talking about, oh yeah, I think that might have been the weed. Yeah, definitely need to get right up about there. Some dark, and then leave that be. You know what? Ooh, I see something. I see something. I see something here. And just do a little bit of cheaty there. A little bit of cheat code on some of this for the our digital camo. I mean, nothing crazy, but yeah, we're missing a little some of that all along here. I wonder. I was tempted to maybe go a teensy bit lighter. Another round of lights on our green here. Let me try that. And that's we haven't had. It's been a while since we last had chromium oxide. Yes, it's our oxided green. More oxides, more better. Now, Camden, I keep seeing all the time, right? These bobbleheads. That's it. Yeah, so I have some kind of almost bobblehead-like action figure of Buck Polaris and Earl. Oh, and of course we have to sell Buck Polaris sunglasses too, Camden, and hats and cowboy hats. There you go. Yeah. Buck Polaris cowboy hats, Buck Polaris sunglasses. Here we go. I already have again stickers for the company that Buck and Earl work for. You know that. Yeah, here, let's yeah, we're gonna get some of this lighter green out here. Where are we? Oh, there it is. Oh, yep, some of it out here. And then a little bit back even in there. Possibly gonna tone down some of these really light ones here. So Camden, I did try to burn the first CD. Now, of course, I was using an older computer. What was weird, Camden, is that it would do. There was 10 songs. I could do 5, and then the second 5. But if I tried to burn all 10 at once, it kept saying there's all these errors. There was clearly nothing wrong with the songs themselves if it could do, if it could do them in batches of 5. But if I tried to do it all in a batch of 10, now apparently there's, Windows Media Player is not, I guess, the best to use for that. But that's kind of the only thing I got. So not sure what's going on with that. Let me do this here. More here. Okay, we're doing. Yeah, that's it. Whoops. No, 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 no. Let's go back to where. No, I need a little bit more of the actual yellow. Okay, there we go. So it's some Indian yellow on there. after doing that, now we'll go back to our dark again. And we'll get something in here that might might look like a little bit of lettering there. Back to it here, okay, and then we then we leave that alone. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna do a little bit of panel lineage out here. Like so. Here's a bit more up here. Maybe a bit more. Got one maybe even coming through that little logo right there. Another panel. Oh wait. See, that one was okay on that side. Not sure what happened on the other side. Some panel lines up here. Another one that comes down from there. Again, trying to just break up some of the shapes here. No, that's way too heavy. Way too much. I'm going to deposit that somewhere else. Now we'll give that a try. Yeah. That was smart. That was smart doing that. And another panel line going there. So that wasn't quite where we wanted that to go. Try this again. There. Okay. Right, we'll do that. And now this here, we got to change this back. Fortunately, that might stand. It still works. There we go. Alright, we got it. I'm going to thin this down a little bit. And now I'm going to try another panel line. Well, that's way too thin. I think if it goes like that, oh yeah, that's better. Going like that. And then separate that. Yeah, I might just darken. Well, it only darkens it down a little bit. Now, yeah, just bring that down there. What? Why not? Why not do that? Bring this down here. Okay. This gray here. It's slightly darker than what's there. Ah, and then along this edge here. Yeah, we'll try that. You know what? This might need to be a little lighter under there, I guess. Also here, let me get this other gray. Again, this is just a quick little, yeah, because we did a teensy bit of dry brush on that. That was about it. Nothing, again, nothing exotic. Just a little something there. Okay, I wonder. I wonder if this color. What? Well, you know what? Let me get a lighter but warmer gray here. Let me try. Ooh, that's too light. Ooh, that might be good. That might work. Yeah. Just again, these little lights right here, right along the edge. Those, I think they need to be cleaner, sharper. Cause see, we did make it lighter over here, which means here. Let me just kind of keep that going. Keep that growing here. Some of that back over here again on the underside here of the hull. That should now be a little smidge darker. Let me try this. Yeah. Now some of that under here. Try this now. Yeah, let me work it this way and lighter here. And you know what? I'm gonna lighten this up some. I'm gonna make that lighter. So if we keep making changes on these things, that's all right. Sometimes you just gotta say, you know what? That did not quite the way we need it to be. As is, we will just change it up then. Let me move this out of harm's way there. That was like right in the firing line. Let me take this piece of fuzz off of there. Big old piece of fuzz on there for whatever reason. No, that brush not is functioning. Changing up. Lighter here. Yeah, let me get the edge of that a little sharper. Just a little sharper edge on that. Okay, I think that's a bit more organized. Do we grab this and some of this? Nope, that is, I can see right away that is way too light. What about this? That is more like it. Get, yep, on this side over here. And where is our equivalent Siri Republic fighter? That's hide. No, here it is. That's where it's hide. So if you're looking for the equivalent in our other fleet, that would be this guy right here. And I've already got the Woden fighter and the heavy bomber printed out. Okay, so I was like, what is that over there? No, I gotta lighten that back up again. Let me try this. Okay, we'll stick with that maybe. Or back to this lighter. I was just, do I carry it all the way to here? Nah, I think we'll leave it. I think we'll leave this wedge shape the way we've got it. Now back to Mr. Freehand here. On this bad boy. Now to our Shirky Shark here. And again, the Hammerhead Squadron, it's again kind of an homage to a very famous class of ship. It's kind of an older ship, a ship that's kind of designed that's sort of being retired. But two particular ships of this class, Cold Harbor and Waterloo, they kind of fought a very heroic action at Balana 5, and that's kind of popularized the Hammerhead class. Yeah, let's get the light on top of this. And here. That not quite a circle. Let's make it a little more circular, shall we? I mean, it's, oh, wait a minute. Let's get the, there we go. Alright, it is really wild. And where's our, I mean, of course, very different there. And where's our Black Forest hams? I mean, even there, even though they're, different kind of grays, and of course, with also some markings on them as well. But oh geez, now Armored Wolf's gonna only be here in a matter of hours, so we only got a few more minutes here that we can maybe try to do a little darker something on the bases here. Let me see if I can do this just to sharpen up some of these things. Because all we were able to do earlier there was just a quickie little dry brushy thing. That way, and we'll hit a couple of our other ones here. This one, don't really have, oh, that's because that's one of our ones from last week. So yeah, 1 week ago we did, what's gee whiz, we got, I think I did 7, and we did 4. We have 11 small craft for the TerraForce fleet. That is a sizable, and now we have to get back to the capital ships. Well, at least the main. We already did. Well, we did 1 capital ship. There's a couple more of those yet to do, but those are the modular design. So that's again, I wasn't able to film that tutorial because the machine I was going to film that tutorial on went kerplooey, and that was the end of that. And never got a chance to film that video ever since. Darker again. So this is we're essentially making our own Van Dyke Brown here. This took the umber, some of the coal black, which is essentially Mars black, and then darken it up. Mm, okay, that was not supposed to go there. That is most unfortunate right there. That just happened to go right across all of our freehand on our shirky face there. So that pretty much wiped out all of that one side. And it went through everything. It went through the teeth. It went through the red stuff. That really wiped it out. That just pulled an Earl over there. Oh, in that case, we'll just try to put it back. Let me get the red stuff again. In here. Gee whiz, Camden. Believe it or not, we're only, what, 8 minutes away from a Cinco Quattro. That was, we weren't supposed to have any Cinco Quattros, that's for sure. That was not part of the original plan. But it would seem there's going to be a Cinco Quattro. A little bit. Okay, there, and we'll do this. And okay, now we got a little bit more of a blend right there. So let's try to finish off this part here. And again, we'll have to still have to do some cleanup on aisle 7 up there. Okay, that's enough of that. Let me try to get this one area here reclaimed. Now we'll do some of our other stuff here. Let me take that yellow. We got this white here. Lighten you up now. Fine, we'll lighten up that edge of this a little bit now. Nah, yeah, this is okay. Let's get that laid in here. I mean, pretty much took out all of that along that edge. Now we're getting somewhere. Also this way. Nah, let me come back with the darker stuff here. Oh, that's what I was. Now I remember. I remembers now. This might be. There we had. Yeah, we had. There's some of our spatter stir stuff on the side. I'm like, why am I looking at little dots? Oh, that's right, because I never actually got a chance to do this here. So, better late than never. So just another 5 minutes. Cammed it, and it'll be 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds. Oh yeah, that's a way better there. Let us get. Here we go. Let's get this guy. That, yeah, the wolves. That was way too dark right there. Well, I think my hand did a fair amount of wiping some of that paint away. I think so. here. And okay, good to go on that one. This one here. Got the latest stuff. We will retreat to this. More of this. Well, at least I hope it's. Kind of lost some of our mid tool. I have to get some of the umber back in there. I mean, that's no problem. That is no big deal. Not a problem. Okay, and now we shall get that umber back in there and try this again. Yeah, there we are. This one didn't wipe away quite as much paint as I did on the other ones with my hand. You can kind of see there's a little bit of the yellow there. That, again, it's not the Mars Yellow Deep. It's the Paul Rubens, kind of the sort of Alkyd version of Mars Yellow Deep. I wonder if I can sort of maybe do this without this falling off of here. Nope, wasn't able to do it. But I can hold it and do these things. I can hang on to it and do this. Okay, move you out of the way. I think, yeah, let me get back to this one super quick. We got about 3 more minutes before we get to a fabulous set of 4s. 5 of them across the screen. Aha, that is the wrong brush there. And okay, there we go. Yeah, that works. Just the one here. Let me do a little bit more of a dark there. Well, dark middle tone, something like that. Darky middle tone. Some of our brown again. Along here and spread it out so it's not too much of a line. Good enough. I will maybe try one last bit of light on that. Nope, that didn't quite go where that was supposed to. Let me look at it. Oh yeah, you know what? Let me try this here super quick and get this baby all fixed up as we reach. Oh, we're just about there. We only have a few seconds left. And it will be. That was not supposed to be almost a 5-hour stream, that's for sure. Especially when I found out, A, that they were showing up today. I thought for a second it was tomorrow. And then when I was like, wait a minute, they're coming this early today? I think the last time they came down here, it was more like noon or 1 or something like that. So we are now just a few seconds away from Cinco Cuatro, 4 hours, 44 minutes. 44 seconds for 4 of our fabulous Terra Force Interceptors. See, I couldn't do that before. I kept trying to do that, and the paint literally just was bouncing off of there. I'm going to try and get me a little smidge of light on the edge of this, and then leave that alone. Like that, yeah, okay. And now we count down to just a few seconds left, and there it is, Cinco Cuatro, 4 hours, 44 minutes, 44 seconds. Thanks, Canada, for getting that. Appreciate that. But I do believe now we have to start getting stuff ready for armored wolf and stuff here. So let me see. I'm gonna just do a quick little check over here of. I'm gonna see if Mike Moans is actually doing stuff here. Let me put that brush out of the way before anything weird happens. Now, Revless, hopefully everything is going relatively okay besides that. Let me see. I think we might just head over Esmeralda's way. Yeah, let's head over Esmeralda's way. So again, I appreciate all the bits and the subs, follows, cheers, and raids as we add to our fabulous Compass Rose ear wing right here. So I'm going to get this raid countdown underway because, yeah, we only have ourselves a few hours left. So thanks, Canada. Appreciate you being here. Same thing, Recoil. Same thing. Ooh, let me get this baby over here because that was I was going to fall off the edge of the table. So see you in a bit there, Recoil.